welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The grandfather clock in my study told midnight, its deep resonance enveloping the room in a blanket of soothing familiarity. I glanced up from my worn journal, anticipating the usual single chime, yet the clock's song persisted. Each melodious note seamlessly melded into the next, weaving a timeless symphony that seemed to elongate the very essence of time. The soft glow of the lamplight bathed my antique desk, casting shadows that danced with the rising steam from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the air hinted at a night unlike any other. Not ominous, but rather a subtle deviation, like a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness beyond the window appeared denser, almost tangible, as though it could seep through the glass at any given moment. Compelled by an unspoken pull, I rose from my chair and ventured closer to the enigmatic darkness outside. The wooden floor whispered beneath my steps, the warmth of the aged grain comforting beneath my woolen socks. As I neared the window, my reflection in the glass caught my eye, yet there was a peculiar distortion. The mirrored image of myself lagged behind my movements by the slightest fraction, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. A delicate scent of night-blooming jasmine hung in the air, its sweet fragrance a nostalgic whisper of long-forgotten summer evenings. The clock's chimes, now spaced apart like honey dripping from a spoon, continued their ethereal melody. Turning away, I intended to document these peculiar occurrences in my journal, only to find the ink shifting and weaving across the pages, forming intricate patterns and words unknown to me. Among them, descriptions of this very night, penned in my own hand, yet depicting a future I had yet to encounter. The room's temperature ebbed and flowed in harmony with my breath, a gentle embrace that caressed my skin with each inhale and exhale. Shadows played in the corners, pulsating in a hypnotic rhythm that mirrored my own heartbeat. The tea in my cup, when touched, held a dual nature, simultaneously warm and cool, its surface a canvas of ever-changing reflections under the lamplight. Mesmerized, I observed each sip of tea seemingly replenishing itself, the liquid maintaining a constant level despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch synchronized with the grandfather clock's timeless chimes, melding into a tranquil lullaby of time. Curiously, the hands on my watch moved in conflicting directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand traced its path in reverse, a contradiction that felt strangely harmonious, revealing the intricate complexities of time. Words materialized on the journal's pages of their own accord. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, the truth resonated within me. This night was not endless because it refused to conclude. It was eternal because it existed in every moment simultaneously, a tapestry of past, present, and future interwoven into a singular existence. The darkness beyond the window transformed into a welcoming void, a gentle invitation rather than a foreboding presence. Within its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study, fragmented moments of this infinite night, unfolded in parallel. My reflection in the glass moved independently, engaging in different actions, as if illustrating the boundless possibilities contained within this singular night. A silent acknowledgement passed between us, two voyagers sharing a space across divergent timelines. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes, now stretched out like lifetimes, held within each note worlds of experience that transcended mere seconds. The night cocooned me in a tapestry of infinite instants, each one complete and flawless in its entirety. A revelation dawned upon me. This night would never truly fade, not due to a cessation of time, but because time itself had expanded to unveil its intrinsic nature. Always, somewhere, I remained in this study, witnessing the pulsating darkness, attuned to the eternal hymn of the clock, existing in a moment that encompassed all moments. And so I abide in this perpetual night, penning words that have forever existed, savoring tea that retains its warmth, beholding time as a waltz of the present. The darkness outside thrums with promise, the clock's chimes weave their eternal melody, and I dwell in this timeless instant, at peace with the infinite night. Story 2. Time seemed suspended on that autumn evening, the rain whispering its gentle song on the roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I beheld the tender glow emanating from the floor lamp, a legacy from my grandfather. This lamp held a certain enchantment, its stained glass shade casting whimsical patterns that frolicked across the walls. Yet, on this particular evening, a mysterious allure beckoned from the shadows birthed by the lamp's light. The shapes that danced on the walls appeared imbued with a vitality of their own, weaving intricate designs previously unseen by my eyes. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of wariness, a play of light on tired senses. But the longer I gazed, the more apparent it became that these shadows defied the known laws of the universe. When a breath of wind nudged the lampshade, the shadows refused to mimic its movements. Instead, they followed a clandestine rhythm of their own making. Intrigued, I rose from my seat, drawn closer by a curiosity tinged with reverence. The glass, awash with hues, exuded a peculiar warmth, its pulse almost palpable, as if guarding a hidden truth within its geometric patterns. Running my fingers delicately over the glass's surface, I discerned minute imperfections, evidence of meticulous craftsmanship. And then, a revelation. Etched faintly on the lamp's metal base was a symbol, shimmering softly in the light like a secret longing to be unveiled. Meanwhile, the shadows persisted in their silent ballet, evolving into recognizable forms. Graceful human silhouettes, trees swaying in an unseen breeze, elusive creatures materializing and vanishing like fleeting dreams. It felt as though the lamp was not merely casting shadows but projecting memories, narrating tales of a bygone era through the silent dialogue of light and darkness. Seated on the floor, I became ensnared by this surreal spectacle. The shadows seemed attuned to my presence, drawing nearer as I leaned in and receding when I withdrew. Occasionally, I fancied I caught a distant melody, a musical whisper harmonizing with the enigmatic dance. This sensation enveloped me in a gentle embrace, evoking not fear, but a tranquil sense of wonder. As the night unfurled its velvet cloak, the projected images grew more elaborate, blending mundane scenes with flights of fancy. A child's play evolving into avian flight, a seamstress morphing into a fluttering butterfly. It was as if the lamp sought to converse through the language of light and shadow, spinning tales that traversed the liminal realm between reality and reverie. Then, a startling realization. Amid the shifting shadows, fragments of my own childhood unfurled, memories I believed forgotten resurrected by the lamp's artistry. I beheld myself as a child, frolicking in the very backyard that cradled me now, my grandfather demonstrating the lamp's magic for the first time, and other recollections surfacing from the recesses of my mind. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, a perfect accompaniment to this intimate, mysterious performance. The patter of droplets against the window pane seemed choreographed with the shadow play, as though part of a seamless, silent symphony. Time evaporated, leaving me adrift in a tranquil reverie. Gradually, the figures ebbed, their movements slowing akin to dancers weary from an elaborate performance. The shadows softened, their edges blurring, yet retaining their captivating allure. It felt as though the lamp murmured the concluding verses of a bedtime tale, preparing to resume its guise as an ordinary furnishing. Rising from the floor, I noticed the rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a serene hush. The shadows, once vibrant storytellers, now reverted to mere projections cast by the lamp. But a shift had occurred. Viewing the heirloom through new eyes, I understood it would never be merely an object again. How many more narratives lay dormant within that lamp? How many untold tales and slumbering dreams awaited to be unveiled on quiet nights such as this? Sinking onto the couch, I surrendered to the gentle embrace of the lamp's luminance, allowing it to guide me into slumber. In those dwindling moments of wakefulness, a final shadow pirouetted on the wall, the visage of my grandfather, his smile a silent reassurance that some enigmas need not be unraveled to be revered. Story 3. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a soothing backdrop all evening long. Drifting in that hazy space between wakefulness and sleep, I suddenly became aware of a low, steady hum cutting through the gentle rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as the distant rumble of a passing car on the nearby road, but as the minutes slipped by, the sound persisted, unwavering, a car engine softly purring somewhere in the vicinity. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a faint red glow, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued, I rose from my bed, drawn irresistibly to the window by a curious impulse. Peering through the rain-dappled glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights were dark, yet a subtle bluish light seeped from the dashboard, and delicate wisps of exhaust twirled into the misty night air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene before me. No movement emanated from the vehicle, no silhouette visible through its rain-splattered windows. And yet the engine's constant hum persisted, a presence that felt both mundane and unsettling in the tranquility of the night. Raindrops cascading through the glow of the street lamp cast fluid patterns on the car's hood, rendering it almost liquid in the obscurity of the night. As I watched, my breath misted the window, framing the enigmatic vehicle in a soft haze. I found myself studying the nuances with an almost dreamlike intensity. The way water clustered on its surface, the dance of exhaust melding with mist to form fleeting, ethereal shapes. The longer I gazed, the more questions unfurled in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at such an hour? Why here on this nondescript street? Almost as if in response to my silent inquiry, the engine's purr subtly shifted, dropping to a deeper tone. The sound reverberated faintly through the air, more felt than heard. I then noticed that the car's windows were completely fogged over, concealing any glimpse of the interior. Yet the opacity hinted at a presence rather than emptiness. A flicker of uncertainty prompted me to reach for my phone, contemplating whether to summon help. The police, perhaps, though the nature of any potential transgression eluded me. Rational explanations flitted through my mind. A rendezvous, a tired driver seeking respite, a neighbor prepping their vehicle for a late shift. But these justifications felt hollow against the eerie backdrop of the night. Time seemed to meander at a different pace as I stood transfixed at the window. The rain maintained its melodic cadence, and the car maintained its silent vigil. Minute alterations caught my eye. Condensation patterns morphing on the windows, the nebulous shapes of exhaust clouds shifting. Yet the core of the scene remained unaltered, akin to a frozen moment brought partially to life. Eventually, wariness descended upon me, and the allure of sleep beckoned. Retreating from the window, I gravitated back to my bed, only to halt, compelled to steal one last glance. The car lingered, engine humming, and this time I could almost swear I detected a movement behind those misted windows. A fleeting shadow, a play of light amid the rain's embrace. Slipping beneath the covers, the hum of the engine now seemed amplified, resonating through walls and glass. Drifting towards slumber, its cadence melded with the rainfall, crafting a peculiar lullaby. My final conscious musings fixated on those foggy windows and the mysteries they shrouded, unseen watchers in the nocturnal serenity. Morning's arrival spurred me to the window, half expecting the street to be vacant, the night's events dismissed as mere phantoms. However, in the pale light of dawn, I was greeted by distinct tire tracks etched in the damp pavement, where the car had rested. Beside them, a small puddle lingered, mingling with a substance catching the morning rays. Perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescence oddly captivating in the early sunlight. The sedan vanished without a trace, yet on tranquil, rainy nights, when the world hushes, a distant drone akin to an idling engine occasionally reaches my ears, and I ponder, as I lay immersed in wakefulness, how many others share this nocturnal vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to glimpse what lurks beyond those misted panes of glass. Story 4. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby against the windows of the tavern, a soothing melody intermingling with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the remaining patrons. Seated at the bar, I watched as the dim lights pirouetted on the polished dark wood surface. Jack, the bartender, moved with a slow, almost hypnotic grace as he polished glasses, his gaze holding a new, mysterious depth that had eluded me before. While preparing my usual lavender tea, a tremor passed through his hands, imperceptible to most, but not to my observant eye. The fragrance of lavender floated through the air, blending with the coffee and the aged wood scent that filled the tavern. Jack's eyes darted surreptitiously towards a corner table, where a solitary figure sat motionless, blending into the shadows like a silent sentinel. With deliberate motions, he approached to refill my cup, his controlled breathing tinged with an underlying tension as he inquired if I desired anything more. It was then that a subtle detail caught my eye, the faint reddish stain on his otherwise pristine white cuff, a blemish barely visible in the dim ambience. As time trickled by at the pace of the rain outside, the other patrons bid their farewells, leaving vacant chairs and forgotten cups in their wake. Only the enigmatic figure in the corner remained, a statue in the shifting tapestry of the tavern. Jack meticulously organized the bar, his meticulous actions betraying a mounting unease, while the pendulum clock marked the passage of time with unwavering precision. Under the counter, nestled amidst the bottles, lay a weathered notebook with secrets waiting to be unveiled. Its yellowed pages bore intricate notations, names, dates, and cryptic symbols that hinted at a hidden world beyond. The sound of footsteps drew my attention upward, as the mysterious figure finally stirred from their seat and glided towards the exit. A silent exchange of glances with Jack spoke volumes in that fleeting moment, laden with unspoken truths. Returning to his duties, Jack's demeanor had shifted imperceptibly. His hands, once steady, trembled as he tended to the glasses, his gaze distant, lost in a realm of memories or perhaps regrets. Just as I prepared to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle touch. In a hushed tone, he spoke of the burdens borne by a bartender, the weight of untold stories that echoed within the tavern's walls. His weary smile, devoid of mirth, hinted at depths unseen. As I stepped out into the night veiled by rain's embrace, I glimpsed Jack resuming his tasks with a meticulous rhythm, a facade masking the enigma that lurked beneath. The dimming lights bore witness to the mysteries shrouded within the tavern, secrets that whispered in the shadows and danced in the flickering glow. How many untold tales lay buried beneath the surface, guarded by silent sentinels like Jack, custodians of the unspoken truths. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence, a comforting companion in the starless expanse of night, a reminder of the mysteries that lingered within the sanctuary of the tavern's walls, waiting to be unveiled in the hushed hours when the world slumbers. Story 5. The moonlight seeped through the delicate curtains, painting whimsical shadows on the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I basked in the tranquility of the night when my eyes landed on the ancient mahogany box perched on the mantelpiece. It had been a constant presence ever since I inherited this house from my grandmother, yet its contents remained a mystery to me, untouched and unexplored. The polished surface shimmered under the moon's gentle glow, its intricate carvings appearing to shift ever so slightly in the darkness. I couldn't recall a time when the box had been open, not even during my grandmother's time. It simply existed as a silent observer, blending into the background of my daily life like a forgotten piece of art. But on that peculiar night, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. Perhaps it was the way the moonlight danced on the ornate patterns, or maybe it was the profound stillness that enveloped the room like a soft embrace. Slowly rising from my chair, I felt the wool of my sweater grazing the backrest in the hushed ambiance of the room. Each step toward the mantelpiece echoed softly on the creaking wooden floor. The air seemed to thicken as I drew closer to the box, a faint invisible veil enveloping it. My fingertips brushed against the warm mahogany surface, almost pulsating with life. The intricate designs of leaves and branches seemed to come alive, delicately dancing under my touch. For the first time, I noticed a minuscule detail hidden within the carvings, a tiny eye nestled at the center of the lid. As I examined the box more closely, a faint, ancient fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of sandalwood with a mysterious undertone that eluded my senses. Closing my eyes, the scent triggered elusive memories, vague images of a woman with a gentle smile placing something inside the box, her whispered words fading into obscurity. The haunting melody of the wind against the windows snapped me back to reality. My hands trembled as I traced the edges of the box, a sense of disorientation clouding my thoughts. Despite the absence of a visible lock, I knew deep down that it had remained unopened. Or had it? Childhood recollections of this house blurred in my mind, as if chapters of my past had been rearranged without my knowledge. Sinking onto the couch, I cradled the box in my lap. Surprisingly lightweight, it felt almost empty, yet a subtle presence stirred within, ephemeral and intangible. The warmth radiating from it intensified, captivating me in its enigmatic embrace. I could swear that the tiny carved eye was watching me, a feeling of eerie recognition sending a shiver down my spine. Not of fear, but of an uncanny familiarity akin to meeting a stranger in a dream. In that moment, my grandmother's cryptic words echoed in my mind. She had once uttered, "Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them." The significance of her enigmatic message began to unravel as I sat in the nocturnal stillness, cradling the mysterious box. Shadows elongated and waltzed on the walls, mirroring the intricate motifs of the box. The scent grew more potent, weaving a hypnotic spell around me. Contemplating the generations that had passed through this house, each beholding the box without unlocking its secrets, I pondered the significance of its concealed contents. Was it truly necessary to unveil its mysteries? Placing the box back on the mantelpiece, the tiny eye seemed to convey a silent approval, a subtle nod acknowledging my choice. Returning to my armchair, a sense of tranquil acceptance washed over me. Certain enigmas, once understood, require no unraveling, but rather preservation. The moon's ethereal glow continued to bathe the room, infusing the night with a profound serenity. Drifting towards slumber, the lingering scent of the box cradled me in its soothing embrace. In that liminal space between consciousness and dreams, a faint sound, resembling a sigh of relief, emanated from the mantelpiece, or perhaps it was merely the whims of the night breeze rustling the curtains. The box remained perched there, a silent sentinel of its mysteries, a fragment of a riddle that demanded no solution. And in that realization, a newfound tranquility enveloped me, a peace I had never before experienced. Story 6. The autumn rain descended softly, a delicate curtain veiling reality's edges. It was late, my work hours stretching longer than usual. Each step on the damp pavement mingled with raindrops gentle drumming on parked car roofs. The air was heavy with that distinct scent only rain conjures, a blend of damp earth, decaying leaves, and an elusive freshness accompanying storms. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the see-through shelter, clad in a dark coat blending seamlessly with the night, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring part of their face. What struck me was their coat, inexplicably dry amid the downpour. Halting a few paces away, I discreetly observed this anomaly. Street lamps' dim light cast eerie shadows, blurring the figures' contours as if seen through frosted glass. Rain's cadence softened in their presence, enveloping us in an unnatural quiet. Glancing at my phone, 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, seeking refuge from the rain now intensifying, I inched closer to the shelter. The stranger remained still, seemingly unaware of my presence. Seating myself at the bench's far end, I noticed another peculiarity. Raindrops near them diverted off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. Rain sound shifted as it neared them, emitting a faint hiss. Time dragged on relentlessly. Attempting distraction with my phone, the stranger's presence held my focus. Occasionally, a slight movement of their head caught my periphery, as if gazing at unseen vistas. A gust of wind made the street lamp sway, deepening shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the stranger turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should be, two faint points of light shone, akin to the moon's reflection on still waters. Heart pounding steadily, curiosity trumped fear, tethering me to my seat. The stranger slowly repositioned, the moment passing like a receding wave. The distant bus's rumble shattered the silence. Headlights sliced through darkness, casting elongated shadows on the wet road. As the bus halted with a brake hiss, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench, the stranger had vanished, no sound of movement or footsteps, simply gone. Boarding the bus on unsteady legs, I settled near the driver. Glancing out the fogged window as the bus departed, the shelter stood empty. Yet fleetingly, a dark figure seemed to dissolve into the rain, akin to smoke whisked away by the wind. In the ensuing days, that bus stop felt altered during nighttime journeys. The street lamps' glow dimmed, rain's sound resonating with a peculiar echo, as if the air retained a trace of that enigmatic presence. Never encountering the stranger again, on rainy nights, I sometimes observe raindrops deviating inexplicably from their descent, a subtle reminder of that mysterious encounter. Story 7. I awoke to the gentle rhythmic ticking of a pendulum in the darkened room. Its sound reverberated through the stillness, a metronome of sorts, guiding me through this mysterious realm. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a space bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Nothing seemed familiar in this place that cradled me. I found myself reclined on a weathered burgundy velvet sofa, its embrace both comforting and worn with the passage of time. The air carried a fragrance of aged wood and dried flowers, mingled with an elusive essence that eluded my senses. Light seeped through heavy brocade curtains, painting delicate patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As I adjusted to the dimness, the room unveiled its secrets to me. Antique dark wood furniture stood stoically in the corners, bearing witness to forgotten tales. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves adorned with leather-bound tomes untouched by human hands for years. On a small table next to me, a delicate porcelain teacup cradled steaming liquid, whispering of warmth and comfort. Rising slowly, every muscle protesting as if from a deep slumber, I made my way across the room. My footsteps, muffled by a Persian rug, carried me to the window. Pulling aside the heavy curtains revealed a misty garden, where ethereal shapes of trees and shrubs swayed in the evening breeze. A disquieting revelation awaited me in the glass reflection. I was garbed in attire not my own. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers adorned my form, tailored to perfection, yet belonging to a bygone era. My fingers trembled as they traced the fabric, feeling the weight of history woven into every thread. A flicker of movement at the room's edge caught my attention. Turning, I found nothing but stillness enveloping me, save for the unyielding pendulum marking the passage of time. Its steady beat seemed to govern the cadence of this peculiar reality, where time flowed like a languid river, unhurried and mysterious. Determined to unravel the enigma surrounding me, I ventured beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned open, revealing a dimly lit hallway stretching into obscurity. Portraits of unfamiliar faces lined the walls, their eyes following my every step with silent curiosity. Each footfall echoed on the wooden floor, a symphony of creaks in the hushed symphony of the house. Ascending a chilling staircase, my hand brushed against a cold banister, a sensation tinged with familiarity. Upon reaching the upper floor, a row of closed doors greeted me, each bearing a brass nameplate obscured by shadows. Struggling to decipher the inscriptions, a haunting melody drifted through the air, beckoning me towards the final door at the hallway's end. Piano notes, delicate and ephemeral, danced on unseen currents, leading me closer to the source. Pushing open the door, I beheld an empty room, save for a grand piano draped in a ghostly white sheet. The music lingered in the air, a haunting whisper of bygone melodies. Approaching the instrument, I unveiled it from its shroud, revealing a sepia-toned photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the fading light, I studied the image, a scene from a distant past, yet unnervingly familiar. Seated at the piano was a figure identical to me, clothed in the same antiquated garments I now wore, frozen in a timeless moment captured by the camera's lens. Descending the stairs, a sense of calm washed over me despite the surreal nature of my surroundings. The pendulum's rhythmic pulse now seemed to synchronize with the beating of my own heart. Settling back onto the velvet couch, I noticed the teacup still emitting a comforting warmth. Gazing into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened. Maybe I had stepped into a dream woven by another's subconscious, a reverie that spanned centuries. The pendulum's ticking persisted, a constant companion in this house that seemed to hold me in its thrall. Sipping the tea, its familiar taste enveloped me in a sense of belonging. Beyond the window, the fog enshrouded the garden, blurring the boundaries between reality and fantasy. In that moment I understood. I was meant to linger in this enigmatic abode, embraced by walls that whispered secrets of a past intertwined with my own. Story 8. In my new home, the arrangement of doors in the hallway was unlike any I had seen before. Each door led to its expected room, the bathroom, the bedroom, the kitchen, until I reached the last one. This door, painted a shade darker than the rest, opened to reveal a mysterious sight. Behind it was a basement of sorts, yet there were no visible stairs descending into its depths. It was during the chill of winter, when the whispers of the winds danced through the aged windows, that I first stumbled upon this enigma. Standing at the doorway, peering down about 8 feet to the illuminated concrete floor below, I couldn't recall ever switching on the single hanging bulb that bathed the space in light. The basement appeared immaculate, almost eerily so, with walls that seemed to blend into shadows despite the brightness. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the listing said nothing about it. When I questioned her, she seemed perplexed, claiming she had shown me every room in the house. Describing the mysterious door and its view below only added to her confusion. She promised to investigate further. Yet in the days that followed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that peculiar door. I would open it at various times, always finding the same unchanging glow casting shadows in the basement. The air that wafted up carried a faint, clean scent, unlike the mustiness one might expect. It reminded me of fresh linen or the crispness of a frosty morning. One evening, as I sat by the door with a cup of chamomile tea, I noticed something new, a wooden toy block, painted with a faded A, resting in the center of the basement floor. I was certain it hadn't been there before. How had it appeared without any stairs leading down? Intrigued, I began to document the block's movements. Some days it would shift ever so slightly, while other times it would be turned to display a different side. Not a sound emanated from below, not even the creaks typical of old houses settling. The light remained constant, never faltering. After weeks of observing, my agent called with news. She had found the original blueprints, which revealed there should be no basement door, only a solid wall. Yet, as I stood at the door during our conversation, it remained dark and mysterious. That night, the block invaded my dreams, multiplying and forming indecipherable words on the basement floor. Upon waking, I rushed to find it directly beneath the hanging bulb, casting a perfect shadow. The basement existed in a state of perpetual twilight, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dark. Sometimes, on silent nights, I thought I heard a faint hum from below, but it always vanished when I tried to focus on it. The block continued its slow dance across the floor, seemingly forming a pattern I could not grasp. Months passed, and I grew accustomed to the anomaly of my basement. I resisted the urge to venture down, a silent warning in my mind cautioning against it. The mystery became a soothing presence, unfolding at its own pace, undisturbed by my curiosity. Spring arrived, yet the basement remained unchanged. One morning the block was gone, leaving the floor bare and untouched. I sat for hours, waiting for a change that never came. That night, my dreams were filled with stairs descending gracefully into the basement, resonating with the sound of distant wind chimes. Upon waking, the door stood ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Sometimes, a flicker of movement catches my eye as I pass by. A shadow, perhaps more. The block never reappeared, but in the quiet of night, I hear what seems like wooden toys clinking against concrete, drifting up from below. I have learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries are content to linger in the realm between reality and dreams, inviting wonder without the need for resolution. Story 9. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, weaving a tranquil melody with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, my gaze drifted absently to the latest edition on the wall, an antique painting capturing an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its rich hues and enigmatic aura had drawn me in. The aging golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting playful reflections around the room. As the storm outside grew in intensity, a peculiar occurrence caught my eye within the painting. The leaves within the artwork seemed to stir gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the dance of shadows from the fire, yet the longer I observed, the more peculiarities I noticed. The colors appeared heightened, more profound than before. The winding path within the painting, once hidden amidst the trees, now appeared elongated, extending beyond the confines of the canvas. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and drew closer to the painting. A chill hung in the air around it, a stark contrast to the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers lightly over the canvas, I encountered an unexpected smoothness, almost silk-like in texture. The faint scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so lifelike it blurred the lines of reality. Engrossed in these anomalies, movement in the upper corner of the painting captured my attention. Among the tree branches, something seemed to shift, not a mere play of light, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart fluttered not with fear, but with an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. The brush strokes altered direction autonomously, crafting new paths and forms in the landscape. Trees swayed gently, as if moved by an unseen breeze. In the distance, a faint outline emerged, a small structure, perhaps a building. The rain outside whispered softly, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Resettling into my armchair, I became wholly captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, deepened, as if the painting extended its reach into reality. Throughout the night, the painting metamorphosed gradually. Autumnal hues intensified and dimmed in a mesmerizing cycle, unveiling shades unseen before. The distant house grew clearer, a stone abode with a smoking chimney and warm, golden-lit windows. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted haven, and if they could perceive me, an observer through this enchanted window masquerading as art. Strangely, the notion didn't unsettle me. Instead, a profound tranquility settled within, as if I had unearthed a hidden portal where reality intermingled with fantasy. Hours ebbed away, the painting divulging its mysteries patiently. At times, figures seemed to traverse the path, while in others, mere shadows flitted amidst the trees. Yet as I tried to focus, they dissolved like morning mist, akin to fading dream recollections. With the blush of dawn painting the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, colors stabilized, and the distant house vanished into the morning haze. Only the lingering fragrance of wet leaves bore witness to the nocturnal revelations. Since that night, I find myself seated in my armchair each evening, watching the painting with unwavering patience. Sometimes it unravels its secrets, while on other nights it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am certain that behind that canvas lies an entire realm, one that awakens when the world slumbers, reserved for those willing to observe with patience and wonder. Story 10. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my aged country house, crafting a soothing melody that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the hardwood floor beneath my steps. It was an autumn evening where the line between reality and fantasy blurred, where the leaves outside twirled in the darkness, casting elusive shadows on the cream-hued walls through the misty panes. Perched in my cherished armchair, a cup of now chilled chamomile tea clasped in my hands, I idly observed the golden halo cast on the floor by the light of the floor lamp. There was an unfamiliar air that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded definition. Perhaps it was the thickness of the air, or the profound silence that enveloped the house, almost palpable in its intensity. Rising slowly, I was drawn by a flicker caught in my peripheral vision. The corridor stretching towards the bedrooms appeared elongated, as if stretching beyond its normal confines. The shadows in the nooks seemed denser, more alive. Standing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the deepening darkness at the far end of the hallway. The temperature dropped gradually as I advanced, the floor emitting unfamiliar sounds beneath my feet. The ancestral portraits adorning the walls seemed to regard me with altered gazes, as if the familiar faces had morphed into slightly different versions of themselves. Halting midway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, an ancient aroma of old books and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window, rain painting intricate patterns on the glass in a cryptic but mesmerizing dance. And then I saw it. A shadow darker than the rest, moving with an eerie grace along the opposite wall. It existed without a visible source, possessing a solidity akin to condensed mist. Gliding hesitantly, it seemed aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I observed, a strange sense of recognition enveloping me instead of fear. The shadow halted beside the guest room door, assuming a faintly human form. Taking a step closer, it reacted to my proximity, wavering slightly. The rain's whispers evolved into a constant murmur, as if conveying a message. Straining my ears, I almost discerned words in an unknown yet strangely understandable tongue. The air grew colder, yet not unpleasantly so. It embraced me like a cool silk sheet on a balmy summer night. The shadow resumed its motion, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid dance. I stood transfixed as it neared, stopping a few paces away. In the silence, my steady heartbeat resonated. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised a hand. Mirroring my action, the shadow extended what seemed like a hand from its nebulous form. Though no physical contact transpired, a warmth lingered where our hands almost intersected. With the same grace it had arrived, the shadow began to dissolve, dispersing into the air like smoke carried by an unseen breeze. In its wake lingered a faint scent of jasmine and a profound tranquility. I stood in the hallway for what felt like an eternity, the diminishing rain the only sound. Upon returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during our encounter. Since that night, on rainy evenings, I tread the hallway with heightened awareness, searching for that familiar form dancing just beyond sight. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet it left not unease but an acceptance of enigmas that defy explanation. The hallway now holds its secret, and on quiet nights when rain taps against the windows, I await, a blend of curiosity and peace, for another meeting with the shadow that dances beyond the corridor. Story 11. The soft melody of raindrops against my window had become a faithful companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet traced shimmering paths down the glass, painting a shifting canvas of liquid light. The warm aura of my desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy amber glow, while the rest of the room stayed cloaked in soothing shadows. I found solace in observing the raindrops, discovering hidden tales within their watery trails whenever my mind wandered from the task at hand. But on this particular night, there was a different quality to their dance. The water seemed to flow in mysterious patterns, as if guided by unseen forces. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of my weary eyes. The gentle rhythm of rain had almost lulled me into that blissful state between consciousness and slumber. Yet as I continued to gaze, the peculiar patterns grew more defined. Droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, forming dry patches that gradually outlined a figure. I held my breath, leaning in closer to the window. The reflection not only captured the rain, but also the dim ambience of my room behind me. In that layered reflection of glass and water, I noticed a peculiarity in my own mirrored image. It seemed slightly delayed in its movements, as if echoing my actions a fraction of a second later. The hushed murmur of rain intensified, weaving its subtle melody around me. I stood transfixed as my mirrored self reached out to touch the glass, a motion I had not made. The gesture was fluid, almost ethereal, akin to a dancer following a choreography unknown to me. A gentle warmth spread across my skin, despite the chill near the window. Slowly, the features of my reflection began to shift, undergoing subtle changes that rendered it simultaneously familiar and foreign. The eyes that met mine held a depth I had never glimpsed in my own gaze, a wisdom that transcended time. Motionless, I observed as my reflection continued its graceful transformation. The visage blurred the lines of gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain wove intricate patterns around it, a silver frame that defied gravity, with droplets swirling in perfect circles. My desk lamp flickered momentarily, casting a brief dimness over the room. In that fleeting darkness, I sensed a presence beside me, as gentle as a mother's caress. When the light steadied, my reflection had reverted to mirroring my movements flawlessly. Yet the rain persisted in its enigmatic circles, a reminder of the extraordinary visitation. I remained by the window for hours, watching the rain and pondering the enigma I had witnessed. The lingering presence felt like a cherished melody, neither alarming nor intrusive. As the dawn approached, the rain gradually lessened, leaving behind a window adorned with commonplace water streaks. Now on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, my writing tools forgotten on the desk. Sometimes, under the perfect conditions when the rain forms a pristine mirror, I glimpse that other self watching me through the glass. We share a silent understanding, my reflection and I, acknowledging that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than deciphered. The rain continues its descent, each drop carrying the promise of another encounter. In those moments of watching and being watched, I ponder if in some alternate realm, another version of myself sits by their window, yearning for a glimpse of my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 12, The Night's Whisper. That evening, as the snow descended in a hushed cascade, draping every corner in a flawless veil that glimmered beneath the soft luminescence of the streetlights, I embarked on my nightly vigil as the watchman of the ancient museum. The time-worn wooden floors murmured beneath my every step, weaving a familiar tune that harmonized with the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing before a grand window on the second level, I beheld the delicate dance of snowflakes pirouetting through the air before tenderly alighting on the earth below. Amidst this ethereal scene, a peculiar sight unfolded in the museum's inner courtyard. A silhouette maneuvered among the stark trees, yet it wasn't the unexpected presence that captivated me. It was the absence of any mark upon the fresh snow in its wake. Instinctively, I turned to the security cameras. Venturing to the control room, where a constellation of monitors bathed the walls in a cerulean glow, I meticulously scrutinized each screen in search of the enigmatic figure. Discovering it on a monitor focused on the courtyard, I observed a distortion in the image, as though a spectral interference lingered. Driven by a compulsion to unravel this mystery firsthand, I traversed the museum's corridors in the profound stillness of the night. The echo of my footfalls reverberated through the vacant halls, resonating against the enclosures safeguarding invaluable relics. The atmosphere hung heavy with an electric charge, presaging the onset of inexplicable phenomena. Peering through the glass doors that led to the courtyard, I witnessed the ceaseless descent of the snow, a relentless cascade of purity. Once more, the shadowy figure materialized before me, a phantom cloaked darkness seamlessly melding with the night's embrace. Gliding across the snowy expanse with an unnatural fluidity, devoid of audible footfalls or the familiar crunch of compressed snow, he defied the laws of nature. Trembling, I retrieved my flashlight and directed its beam toward the figure, only to witness it pass through him, casting eerie reflections upon the snow-draped scenery. Slowly, the enigmatic figure pivoted towards me, his countenance an indistinct haze, as though composed of the same nebulous essence as the rest of his form. Balancing on the threshold between professional intrigue and primal instinct, I hesitated at the door leading outside. The icy chill of the glass beneath my touch grounded me in the stark reality of the moment, a surreal encounter unfolding in the dead of night. Advancing towards me with an ethereal grace, he left no trace upon the pristine snow. As his proximity chilled the air around me, my exhalations materialized in wisps of vapor, underscoring the plummeting temperature within the corridor. Behind him, reality itself seemed to warp, distorting the solidity of objects and suspending the foliage in an eerie stasis. Halting a few paces from the glass door, the figure fixed his inscrutable gaze upon me. A sense of profound familiarity washed over me, as though I had known him across eons, though our paths had never before crossed. Gradually, he extended a hand towards the glass, a gesture devoid of malice, almost akin to a salutation. Traceries of frost began to unfurl upon the glass, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to inscribe a message in a forgotten tongue. Straining to decipher the cryptic symbols, a distant tolling of bells momentarily diverted my attention. Upon refocusing, the figure had vanished, leaving behind an undisturbed blanket of snow in the courtyard and a glass pane now adorned with delicate rivulets of melting frost. In the ensuing days, I revisited the security footage incessantly, yet no trace of the enigmatic man lingered, only the silent descent of snow within the empty courtyard. Yet on nights veiled in snowfall, when the museum lay enshrouded in silence, akin to a comforting quilt, I often find myself peering through that same glass portal, attuned to catch a glimpse of that enigmatic figure who traverses the flakes without leaving a trace. Occasionally, bathed in the perfect interplay of light and snowfall, I fancy a fleeting apparition, a shapeless form meandering amidst the cascading flakes. In those transcendent moments, I ponder whether our encounter heralded a message of greater significance, a reminder of the enigmas that elude our grasp, truths that traverse realms beyond our comprehension, much like the man who graced the pristine snow with his intangible presence. Story 13. In the stillness of the night, my footsteps reverberated through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step I took caused the floorboards to creak, harmonizing with the gentle pitter-patter of raindrops tapping against the window panes. The air held a thick sweetness, reminiscent of aged wood and weathered paper, wrapping me in a nostalgic embrace. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, leading to a room untouched for months, I was drawn to its presence. The lock shimmered faintly in the soft glow of the wall lamps, beckoning me closer. I vividly recalled locking it last, the routine of turning the key thrice and testing the handle, a ritual of reassurance I never deviated from. But that night, an unusual aura surrounded the door. A chill lingered in the air, and a delicate film of dust had settled on the brass knob, forming intricate patterns that captivated my gaze. Drawing near, I observed the concentric circles in the dust, as though invisible fingers had traced them. The door's surface emitted a subtle warmth, a curious sensation given its prolonged seclusion and lack of heating within. Placing my palm against it confirmed the anomaly. Leaning in, I listened intently, straining to discern any sound amid the profound silence. A faint, distant rhythm reached me, akin to the gentle inhales and exhales of one in slumber. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, I noted its unexpected warmth, a sensation that unsettled yet intrigued me. With deliberate care, I inserted the key into the lock, each movement deliberate and hushed. The key slid in smoothly, but when I attempted to turn it, resistance met me. A surge of curiosity and anticipation rather than fear quickened my pulse. Switching directions, the key yielded effortlessly this time, emitting a soft click. Stepping across the threshold, a warm, fragrant breeze greeted me, redolent of freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonlight filtered through sheer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room, familiar yet subtly transformed. Books on shelves arranged in novel patterns, the armchair nudged toward the window, an inexplicable cup on the adjacent table, all hinted at a subtle shift. Tracing my fingers along the mahogany desk, I noted the uneven distribution of dust, as if invisible words had been inscribed and erased. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet bearing a single sentence in a script resembling mine, though foreign to my memory. Time flows differently here. Reading the words, I felt my breath sink with the curtain's gentle sway, a rhythm untouched by any breeze. The room's silence thrummed with hidden murmurs, a symphony of whispers just beyond reach. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, catching a fleeting shadow that dissolved upon inspection. Closing my eyes momentarily, I sensed a subtle shift upon reopening them. The cup, once cool, now emanated warmth, tendrils of steam dancing skyward. Rising, the enigma of the room weighed upon me. Soundlessly, I moved toward the door, footsteps unheard on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance, witnessing the room's gentle rise and fall, akin to a slumbering entity. Closing the door softly, the click of the lock reverberated like a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers near the door, accompanied by the whisper of unseen hands turning pages. Though unopened, the room retains its clandestine existence, safeguarding mysteries best left undisturbed in the embrace of silence. Story 14. The rain poured endlessly, creating a mesmerizing beat that accompanied my journey back home. Each raindrop appeared to waltz on surfaces, reflecting the warm amber glow of the streetlights that painted the glistening road like delicate strokes on a dark tapestry. The air held a cool, damp embrace, carrying the distinct aroma of moist earth through the slender openings of my slightly ajar window. Crossing the deserted parking lot, typically unremarkable but that night brimming with an eerie vitality, wisps of mist ascended from the ground, enveloping the parked cars in a gentle, silent hug. Pausing for a moment before entering my vehicle, I gazed at the flickering light patterns on the puddles cast by the streetlights. In that moment, a presence made itself known, not menacing, yet undeniably peculiar. A vague silhouette lingered a few yards away, barely discernible through the mist's veil. Its features remained elusive, but there was a stillness that captivated my attention. Standing frozen, my breath held, as the figure slowly seemed to dissolve, blending into the surrounding humidity until merging with the night itself. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I bore witness to something beyond comprehension. Inside my car, I ignited the engine and drove home at a leisurely pace. The sensation of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an enigmatic presence transcending understanding yet oddly familiar. The rain persisted, its melody wrapping around me like a timeless lullaby. In the days that ensued, whenever rain descended, I found myself scanning the night for silhouettes. Not out of fear, but in anticipation of rekindling that sense of awe, that serenity akin to another era, another realm. Even within my sanctuary, typically a haven of familiarity, now cloaked in subtle mystery. Every creak of wood, every gentle breeze fluttering the curtains seemed to whisper a concealed tale. One evening, rain tapping against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp glowing in the living room. The flickering light cast playful shadows on the walls, shapes dancing to the wind's rhythm. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I observed those movements with a tranquil curiosity. It felt as though I awaited something, though unable to pinpoint what. Then, a detail caught my eye. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an unusual light, as if emanating from an unseen origin. Intrigued, I drew closer and peered at my reflection. Yet it wasn't solely my visage staring back at me. Behind me, faintly discernible, a figure seemed to materialize from the shadows, much like the one at the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. I turned slowly, finding nothing but the rain's gentle patter and the soft creak of the wood. Returning to my seat, I sought to rationalize the event. Maybe a play of light, a reflection born from the rain and dancing shadows. Yet within, I knew there existed more, not menacing, not threatening, but profound and elusive. Even now, when rain cascades heavily and the evening's hush enfolds all, I find myself seeking hints of that presence. I decelerate upon passing vacant parking lots, observing the spaces between the streetlights where darkness seems to pulse. I haven't definitively glimpsed that figure again, yet at times, under ideal conditions and profound silence, I sense something. It isn't fear, but a peculiar form of solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself, or a memory unwilling to depart. And so, as the rain persists and the world dissolves into a symphony of sound and shadow, I yield to that sensation, knowing that certain mysteries demand not resolution but immersion in their essence. Story 15. The night held a unique essence, a touch of autumn seeping into your very soul, hinting at longer and longer nights ahead. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the gentle breeze outside, a soft caress on the leaves that weaved a natural lullaby. Amid the tranquility, a faint noise drifted from the basement, a delicate whisper akin to the rustling of ancient pages. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of the house, those nocturnal murmurs every structure utters as it readies for slumber. Intrigued rather than alarmed, I rose leisurely. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden embrace as I approached the basement door. The wooden steps murmured secrets of yore under my weight, a subtle reminder of time's passage. Descending, the air grew cooler, carrying a hint of damp earth and musty books. In the basement, shadows waltzed with the flickering light, painting the walls with transient patterns. Despite the familiar sight of neatly arranged boxes and veiled furniture resembling dormant phantoms, an unfamiliar detail captured my gaze that evening. In the far corner, where light struggled to reach, stood a door. Simple and unadorned, crafted from dark wood, it stood unnoticed despite my countless hours spent organizing in the basement. The brass handle gleamed as if freshly polished, beckoning me closer. As I approached, the chilly aura around the door seemed to exhale a frosty breath, sending shivers down my spine. My fingers grazed the ancient wood, sensing its weathered texture. The door pulsed faintly under my touch, as if acknowledging my presence. Silence thickened, accompanied only by the echo of my racing heartbeats. Tentatively, I grasped the handle. Surprisingly warm, it yielded smoothly as I turned it. Noiselessly, the door swung open, revealing a mesmerizing sight. Not a wall or another room, but a thin, silvery mist swaying gently, animated by unseen currents. Emitting a soft, hypnotic glow, the mist exuded a comforting allure, akin to a fading dream upon waking. A delicate melody, distant yet enchanting, wafted from within, mingling with a familiar scent of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea. Hesitating at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I observed the mist weaving elusive shapes that flickered and faded before my eyes. Faces, both known and unknown, materialized briefly, along with landscapes foreign to my wanderings. It was as though peering through a veil separating reality from an enigmatic realm beyond. Taking a step back, I closed the door gently, the click of the lock dispelling the enchantment. Normalcy seeped back into the house, the clocks ticking, the wind's whispers, a distant dog's bark in the hushed neighborhood. Ascending the stairs, I carried with me a sense of having unearthed something extraordinary. In the ensuing days, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Still, on the quietest nights when wakefulness teeters on the edge of slumber, I catch echoes of that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers elsewhere, awaiting another discovery. Some doors, I've learned, unveil themselves only at specific junctures, when time and space converge in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it's for the best, for the mystery of that basement door taught me that some enigmas are best left unsolved, their beauty preserved like fleeting dreams that dance at the edge of reality before dissolving into the silver mist of memory. Story 16. The aging house had always held a subtle conversation with me, but on that particular winter night, the dialogue took on a new depth. Snow cascaded gracefully outside, each flake shimmering in the moon's gentle glow before settling softly on the earth. Nestled in my cozy reading nook, enveloped in a well-loved woolen throw, I savored the serene crackling of the fireplace. The familiar symphony of timber settling and floorboards creaking had long been a source of solace, yet this evening they bore whispers previously unnoticed. Initially, the murmurs were barely discernible, a delicate rustling that could easily be mistaken for the wind weaving through the ancient timbers. Setting down my book, I held my breath, tuning in with heightened awareness. The sound revisited, resembling distant conversations muffled by thick velvet drapes. Though the words eluded me, the rhythm undeniably bore the cadence of humanity. Placing my palm against the wall beside my chair, I traced the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper, feeling subtle vibrations akin to a slumbering cat's contented purr. Curiously, the wall exuded a warmth uncommon for the wintry night that blanketed the rest of the house. Leaning closer, shutting my eyes to amplify the inner sounds, the whispers grew clearer, though still shrouded in ambiguity. They meandered through the walls like subterranean streams, meandering from one chamber to the next. At times, they would dissipate entirely, only to resurface moments later from a different direction. Devoid of malice or menace, the voices evoked memories of a distant familial gathering, where loved ones conversed in hushed tones well into the night. Intrigued, I embarked on a silent exploration, tailing the whispers from room to room. My bare soles made no sound on the aged carpets as I traced the elusive trail of voices. In the kitchen, they appeared to emanate from behind the copper pots dangling on hooks, Along the hallway, they reverberated from beneath faded landscapes I had never beheld in person. Each time I felt on the verge of deciphering the words, they shifted and morphed, akin to grasping at the remnants of a dream upon awakening. The grandfather clock in the study chimed midnight, its deep resonance intertwining with the enigmatic murmurs. Standing amidst the darkness, witnessing shadows waltz across the walls cast by the street lamp's glow, I detected a peculiar anomaly in the wallpaper at the corner. A subtle bulge protruded, as though a hidden force pushed gently from within. As I drew nearer, the voices intensified, causing the wallpaper to quiver faintly, as if someone exhaled behind a sheer curtain. With trembling fingers, I reached out to touch the protrusion. The wallpaper felt alive, throbbing beneath my touch. The voices crescendoed briefly, and I could almost swear my name was whispered with tender affection. Gradually, the bulge receded, leaving the wall unmarred, yet the residual warmth lingered. Throughout the night, I uncovered more of these mysterious bulges in the walls, each appearing and vanishing like waves on a shore, leaving behind only whispers and warmth. Occasionally, I caught echoes of laughter or the melodic strains of an unfamiliar lullaby. The voices remained gentle and soothing, imbuing the night with a hypnotic allure. With the approaching dawn, the whispers dissipated like morning mist. The final murmurs enveloped me from all directions, embracing me in a cocoon of sound. As sunlight tiptoed through the windows, the walls gradually cooled, returning to their customary temperature. The origin of the voices within the walls remained elusive, though they revisited sporadically on tranquil nights veiled in snowfall. I pondered whether the house harbored memories of past inhabitants, their conversations and laughter interwoven into its very essence. Perhaps on certain nights the walls thinned, granting us a glimpse into the unseen, allowing us to eavesdrop on the murmurs of those who inhabit realms beyond our perception. What remained certain was the peculiar comfort the voices offered, akin to a lullaby from a forgotten era. They served as a poignant reminder that even in solitude, we are never truly isolated. My house's walls safeguarded their enigmatic secrets, divulging them solely through whispers on wintry nights when the world hushed, blurring the line between reality and imagination, as delicate as aged wallpaper. Story 17. The gentle rustling of paper as it glided through my grasp reverberated in the quiet of the attic. A soft, warm light from the setting sun filtered through a small, dusty window, painting the room in golden hues that danced in the tranquil air. Amidst the collection of old family documents, a discovery awaited me, a weathered envelope sealed with faded red wax. My name graced the rough surface in elegant script unknown to me. Settling into a worn wooden chair that protested with a soft creak, I inhaled the aroma of aged books and weathered wood that enveloped me, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the grand tree outside. The envelope felt weighty in my hands, hinting at secrets beyond its parchment walls. With care, I broke the seal, the crackling of the aged wax echoing in the hushed room. Inside, delicate pages as thin as veils awaited me, adorned with the same mysterious handwriting. The date at the top revealed a time 50 years prior, a time long before my own existence. The opening lines seized my attention, my dear future grandchild. As I delved into the words, the light in the room gradually dimmed, yet I made no move to illuminate the space. The script on the pages seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow of its own. The letter unraveled the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a stranger to me. She spoke of a rare gift passed down through generations, one that surfaced infrequently and under specific celestial conditions. She detailed how certain nights, under a full moon and a northern wind, some in our lineage could glimpse beyond the veil of time. Not with clarity, but through sensations and blurred visions, akin to reflections on rippling water. My grandmother recounted foreseeing my presence, envisioning me in that very attic, reading her words. A chill traced my spine as I delved deeper. Her narrative grew more personal, more intimate. She shared her attempts to wield this gift for the family's protection, to shepherd them through trials. However, she cautioned that each glimpse into the beyond exacted a toll on her own vitality. In the attic silence, time seemed suspended. Shadows stretched across the walls, waltzing with the memories etched on those yellowed pages. The letter unfurled prophecies of events in my life, some already lived and some yet to unfold. With each passing moment, I discerned a shift in the handwriting, a subtle tremor that hinted at mounting effort. The final page posed the greatest challenge to decipher. My grandmother inscribed a pivotal choice I would confront, a juncture when the gift would awaken within me. Pausing, I lifted my gaze to the window. The night had fallen, the full moon peeking through veils of cloud. A gust of wind rattled the glass, carrying the scent of impending rain. Returning to the last page, her parting words gleamed as if freshly penned. "When you hear the call," the missive concluded, "you will understand. The gift is not a curse, but a duty. As I have done for you, you must also compose a letter. A missive never to be sent, yet destined to reach its recipient when the time is ripe." Carefully folding the pages, I nestled them back into the envelope. The wind intensified, causing the floorboards to groan. Rising from the chair, I gravitated toward the window. My reflection mingled with the moon's image on the glass, forging an illusion that gave me pause. Fleetingly, I fancied another figure in the reflection, that of an elderly woman with a gentle smile. When my eyes blinked open, she had vanished, leaving behind on the desk a blank sheet of paper and a pen. Seating myself once more, this time at the desk, I found the room bathed in a silvery moonlight glow, the northern wind still whispering its secrets. Taking up the pen, I commenced writing. My dear future grandchild. Story 18. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple as gentle rain tapped against the window panes, creating a soothing melody. A solitary candle on my vintage vanity, a keepsake from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that flickered in the dimming room. The aroma of burning firewood wafted from downstairs, mingling with the sweet scent of wax, enveloping me in a warm embrace. Amid this tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye. While tidying my hair before the mirror, a tall, slender figure appeared to move behind me, like a ghostly wisp floating in the air. Startled, I turned around, only to find emptiness in the room. Doubtful, I gazed back at the mirror, dismissing the illusion as a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to reflections in a newfound awareness. The polished sheen of the wooden table, the evening glow on the window glass, even the tiny rearview mirror in my car, all seemed to capture fleeting glimpses of that enigmatic presence. It was as though a parallel realm of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with gentle curiosity. Featureless yet radiant, emitting a soft glow like silvery mist, the figure conveyed a sense of familiarity rather than fear. Sometimes, a tender smile seemed to grace its form, or a subtle gesture of hands as if reaching out to convey a message. I felt a connection, as if this presence had always been intertwined with my life, awaiting my recognition. One serene evening, as I lost myself in a book within my cherished armchair, the figure in the window's reflection appeared unusually distinct. Instead of vanishing upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, its presence palpable. In the hush of the room, a faint whisper, akin to silk stirred by an invisible breeze, brushed past me. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, mirroring the figure's movements from the other side of the glass. Details began to emerge, its attire flowing and weightless, its movements graceful as though dancing on air. Extending a hand towards me, I mirrored the gesture almost instinctively. In that moment, a revelation dawned upon me. Each appearance of the figure heralded a profound tranquility. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to stretch, merging reality with dreams in a harmonious blend. Seeking out reflections became a ritual, not out of fear or curiosity, but to bask in the serenity that accompanied the figure's presence. It frequented moments of stillness, when worries and anxieties faded, as if attuned to my innermost needs. Over time, it evolved into a silent companion, a beacon of peace in the ebb and flow of days. The mystery remained untouched, for some enigmas, I realized, are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. The questions that lingered only added to its allure, veiling it in a shroud of mystique. Even now, as the sun sets and shadows lengthen, I pause to observe the reflections that dance around me. In those hushed moments, when the world holds its breath, I catch a glimpse of it, a luminous figure, gracefully moving amidst the mirrored surfaces, carrying with it a profound calmness and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left untold. Story 19. In the hush of the night, a delicate melody drifted from afar, stirring the silence that enveloped me. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a woolen blanket draped over my knees, and a forgotten cup of chamomile tea resting cold beside me, I glanced up from the pages of a book. The musical notes wafted through the air like ethereal snowflakes, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. It was the haunting melody of a piano, its tune familiar yet elusive, akin to a whisper from a long-lost dream. The house lay shrouded in darkness, save for the soft glow of a lamp casting a warm circle of light around me. Shadows waltzed along the walls in sync with the mysterious music. Rising slowly, I let the blanket slip to the floor with a gentle rustle. Each step I took on the wooden floor echoed softly as I made my way to the living room window. Outside, the night lay still and serene, the full moon casting a silver sheen over the garden, illuminating the swaying silhouettes of trees in the nocturnal breeze. No signs of life stirred in the neighboring houses, all cloaked in midnight's embrace. Yet the music persisted, weaving its spell from unseen realms, encompassing me from all directions and none at once. I wandered through the rooms, following the elusive melody that seemed to shift and change with each step. In the kitchen, it beckoned from the living room. In the living room, it whispered from the stairs. On the stairs, it descended from the upper floor. A hypnotic dance of echoes led me through the familiar spaces of my abode in a silent reverie. At last, I ascended to my bedroom, where the door stood ajar, though I knew I had left it wide open that very morning. Moonbeams filtered through the gossamer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music now swelled, clearer and more defined, hinting at the proximity of its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with intent. There, on the bedside table, my ancient music box, a relic gifted by my grandmother, gleamed in the dim light. Despite my belief in its disrepair, it now spun its tiny ballerina in a silent pirouette, casting a dancing shadow upon the wall. The melody it played mirrored the enchanting tune that had lured me, only amplified, as if the entire house had become a resonant chamber. With measured steps, I drew near, feeling my pulse align with the music's rhythm. The music box seemed to radiate a peculiar luminance, its surface strangely warm to the touch. As I extended my hand, I noticed a remarkable change. The ballerina, previously a plain porcelain figure, now bore the unmistakable likeness of my grandmother. Her serene smile, etched in miniature, gazed back at me, a mirror of cherished memories. For a fleeting moment, our eyes met, and the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby she once sang to me in childhood. I stood transfixed, embraced by the familiar strains that enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility and longing. No fear lingered, only a profound sense of peace and wistful remembrance. The music wove a tapestry of emotions that filled the room, gradually ebbing like the tide receding from the shore. At last, as the final notes faded, the music box closed with a soft click, leaving a poignant silence that reverberated with unspoken truths. Returning to my armchair below, I retrieved the fallen blanket, cocooning myself once more in its warmth. The book lay open, its pages waiting, yet my thoughts strayed to the music box and my grandmother. I pondered the untold melodies trapped within its silent mechanism, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that mystical night, when the house lay steeped in quietude beneath the watchful gaze of the full moon, a sweet and familiar melody occasionally graces the rooms. No longer do I seek its source. Instead, I close my eyes and listen, understanding that some mysteries need not be unraveled to be embraced. Story 20. The rain cascaded down upon the roof of the old house, its gentle taps weaving a soothing lullaby that enveloped the stillness of the night. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of cooling chamomile tea, I found myself lost in the tranquil symphony of the raindrops. Amidst this serene ambience, a subtle anomaly pricked at my senses, a faint, almost elusive sound blending harmoniously with the rain's percussion, delicate footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling, for aged abodes possess a language of their own, a repertoire of creaks and murmurs. Yet there was an eerie precision to these sounds, a cadence that mirrored human movement too closely to be mere house noises. Rising languidly from my seat, I set down the cup on the nearby table. The aged wooden floor exuded a gentle warmth beneath my feet, a lingering embrace of the day's fading heat. Approaching the basement door, a chill crept into the air, a frigid draft rising from the stairwell. The brass knob, cool to the touch, yielded to my grasp with a resounding click that reverberated through the silence. Descending into the darkness, each step amplified the duet of my own footfalls intermingling with the enigmatic ones heard before. The unmistakable scent of the basement, of ancient wood, damp earth, and indefinable whispers, intensified with each descent. Shadows waltzed upon the walls in tandem with the lightning's sporadic flashes, casting eerie shapes from the shelves adorned with forgotten relics. Amidst this spectral dance, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Faint, watery footprints etched upon the dusty floor, as though an unseen visitor with moist soles had meandered in circles at the room's heart. Approaching the anomalous imprints, I pondered their origin, finding no logical explanation for their presence. As I scrutinized the mysterious marks, a subtle motion in the shadowed recesses drew my gaze. In the darkest corner, untouched by light, a presence stirred languidly, beckoning my curiosity. Heart quickening not with fear but with a curious familiarity, I ventured towards the shadowed enclave. With each step closer, the chill intensified, and the phantom footsteps, once heard from above, now encircled me, a ghostly chorus of unseen wanderers. A revelation dawned upon me as I beheld the arrangement of the footprints, a spiraling design converging towards the room's center. The freshest imprints, glistening with moisture, seemed to materialize before my eyes, as if freshly inscribed by an unseen hand. A hushed stillness enveloped me as I stood transfixed, witnessing the gradual dissipation of the ethereal traces, evaporating into the basement's icy breath. The phantom footsteps dwindled to a mere whisper, melding seamlessly with the rain's ceaseless melody outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a profound tranquility settled within me, as though I had glimpsed an ancient, enigmatic ritual unfolding in the house's depths since time immemorial. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, the rain's cadence bore a new resonance, no longer a random symphony, but a rhythmic echo of the mysterious footsteps below. Drifting into dreams, I pondered whether the enigmatic wanderer would return on the morrow, and if I would muster the courage to unravel the enigma of those spectral footprints etched in the dust. Story 21. The snow drifted down softly on that winter night, a peaceful descent that covered the windowsill like a plush white quilt. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I observed the snowflakes twirl in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea brought solace, a stark contrast to the chill creeping through the ancient wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room, a hypnotic melody almost akin to a lullaby. It was during that tranquil moment that I caught sight of something peculiar in the window's reflection. Among the swirling flakes, a face seemed to materialize, indistinct yet possessing an otherworldly essence, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, held a peculiar clarity. Profound, shadowed, they gazed at me with an unsettling familiarity. Rising slowly from the chair, the wooden floor murmured beneath my steps. Drawing nearer to the window, the reflection wavered, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of tea mingled now with a delicate hint of jasmine, a fragrance previously unnoticed, evoking hazy recollections of a summer evening long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze continued to seek out that enigmatic visage in the reflection. The pendulum's steady swing persisted, its tick now whispering unintelligible secrets. Retrieving my journal from the adjacent shelf, an aged leather-bound tome I had cherished for years, I absent-mindedly perused its pages, and a photograph slipped out. Trembling, I picked it up. Faded, aged by time, yet the image remained discernible. A cluster of individuals smiled at the camera amidst what seemed a summer picnic. A photograph unfamiliar to me, yet each face bore an uncanny resemblance. One face in particular seized my attention. A young lady in the backdrop, slightly blurred, her gaze fixed directly on the camera with those same profound, shadowed eyes reflected in the window. My heart beat languidly as I studied the photo. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine in her hands, her smile tender and wistful. Flipping the photo over, seeking a date or inscription, I found elegant script that read, "Don't forget me." A gust of wind stirred the curtains, though I was certain all windows were shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. Eyes shut briefly, fragments of memories bubbled to the surface, a crystalline laughter, the distant echo of a piano, the rustle of a white dress amid a garden's trees. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow continued its serene descent. The window's reflection had reverted to its normal state, revealing only my weary countenance. Yet, as I slid the photograph back into the journal, I sensed that face would linger in my dreams. Not an ominous presence, but rather a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten tune that suddenly returns. Draping myself in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted. The jasmine scent lingered, gradually fading like a memory dissolving into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, I pondered how many forgotten memories lay hidden in the recesses of my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are not meant to be erased, but rather endure as gentle phantoms, custodians of memories veiled by time, but not obliterated. Drifting into sleep, a crystalline laughter seemed to echo in the wind, carried alongside the snowflakes pirouetting in the night. Story 22. The rain of November softly tapped against the attic windows of Grandma Rose, creating a natural melody that always brought a sense of peace. Returning after years to sift through her belongings, now that she was gone, I was surrounded by the scent of aged wood and yellowed books, while the twilight light filtered through the half-closed shutters cast dancing shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. In a corner, beneath a thin layer of dust, lay Grandma's old brass record player, its mechanical arm adorned with delicate floral motifs, and the turntable pristine. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly housed in time-worn cardboard sleeves. As I leafed through the records, my fingers paused on one in particular, a white cover devoid of title or author, a thin golden border glistening in the dim light. Unfamiliar yet intriguing, I felt drawn to it. The record player hummed to life as I placed the mysterious record on the turntable, and the music began. A waltz on the piano, but with a peculiar twist. The notes seemed to rearrange themselves subtly with each revolution of the record, creating new harmonies. Entranced, I closed my eyes, enveloped by the enchanting composition. Fragrances of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, wafted through the air, though it was midwinter. Opening my eyes, I saw the shadows in the room move in sync with the mysterious melody. A figure dancing on the wall before me, Grandma Rose's laugh echoing faintly amidst the piano notes. A mix of nostalgia and wonder tingled within me as I witnessed the magic unfolding. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window, catching a glimpse of Grandma Rose's youthful form twirling in her dance dress in the glass reflection, only to vanish upon turning around. The waltz played on, the room now pulsating with life and warmth, as if awakened by the fleeting musical interlude. As I returned the enigmatic record to its white sleeve, a revelation struck me. Grandma Rose's handwriting on the inner edge, marking her wedding day, with a hidden message. Music is the key to our most precious memories. Since that day, the search for that elusive record became a ritual. Each listening revealed subtle variations, endless echoes of the same memory. Was it a gift for Grandma Rose or something more mystical? Uncertainty lingered. Yet, on rainy evenings when that peculiar melody filled the attic, a subtle enchantment enveloped the space, blurring the lines between past and present, reality and memory. In those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose danced on, eternally youthful, eternally joyful, in an eternal waltz. Story 23. Silence draped the streets of the quaint hillside town like a velvety shroud. It was an autumn evening filled with the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, as mist slithered through the narrow alleyways like a silent phantom. From my perch on the third floor, I peered out at the windows of the neighboring houses, each glowing with a soft amber hue. It was peculiar to see so many lights aglow at this late hour, yet behind the misty veils, no signs of life stirred. The church bell chimed 10 in the evening, its toll carrying an eerie hollowness, as if the sound itself was swathed in a cocoon of cotton. Though I had only recently moved to this town 3 weeks prior, I had never witnessed the streets so desolate. Normally, even at this hour, a lone figure would be meandering with their dog, or the chatter of young folks from the corner bar would drift through the night air. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed the absence of even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The tendrils of steam rising from my cup waltzed in the air, crafting fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's shadows. Opting to keep only a soft reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows on the cream walls, I was suddenly roused by a faint rustling. It emanated from the hallway leading to the bedroom, a sound akin to paper being delicately shuffled across the floor. Intrigued rather than frightened, I rose from my seat, gingerly placing the cup on the nearby wooden table. As I neared the hallway, a chill enveloped the air. Not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient cathedral. The floorboards murmured softly underfoot, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated. The door stood ajar, allowing a bluish light to seep through, a light unlike any other in the house. Pushing the door open with a gentle creak, I found the window shut, yet the curtains swayed as if caressed by a phantom breath. Resting on the floor beneath the window was a single sheet of paper. Drawing closer, I recognized it as a fragment of a newspaper page. The date atop the page read October 15, 1954, and the headline immediately seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the town's denizens had all retreated to their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact whose origins had faded into obscurity. As I perused the text, a motion outside the window snagged my gaze. In the houses across the way, lights flickered out one by one, like candles extinguished by a phantom wind. Yet within the shadowed panes, motionless silhouettes gazed out towards the street. My phone buzzed in the pocket of my robe, a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, stay indoors. It's crucial. Peering out once more, I noticed that now all lights had dimmed, save for mine. Amidst the deepening silence, I discerned my heartbeat gradually slowing, as if harmonizing with some ancient, enigmatic force. Seating myself on the edge of the bed, still clutching the newspaper scrap, I marveled at its remarkably soft texture, as though it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enshrouding the streetlights in a milky embrace. From my vantage point, the entire main street lay deserted, a spectral thoroughfare. Recalling the words in the article, it was recounted by witnesses of that era that the morning after, none could recall the events of the silent night. Life resumed as usual, yet sporadically, the phenomenon would recur. Rising slowly, I made my way to the light switch. Before extinguishing it, I cast one final glance out the window. The mist had assumed sinuous, almost dancing forms, and for an instant, I fancied I glimpsed figures moving within it, like phantoms adrift in a sea of milk. With the room plunged into darkness, I settled upon the bed, fully clothed. The silence now enveloped me entirely, punctuated solely by the steady tick-tock of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether come morning, I would retain memories of this night, or if I, like the town's inhabitants, would be oblivious to the recurring mystery that threaded through our lives. The final echo that resonated in my mind before succumbing to sleep was the distant tolling of midnight bells, their chime oddly muted, as if emanating from a realm where silence reigned as the universal tongue of all beings. Story 24. As the autumn fog draped the park in a soft gray silk veil, leaves twirled lazily in the moist evening breeze. My steps echoed softly on the gravel path, mingling with the earthy scent of wet soil. Dim halos of light from the street lamps cast a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench, the only inhabitant of the park at that late hour. The garment appeared meticulously placed, exuding a sense of deliberate arrangement. Intrigued, I approached slowly, observing the wool fabric absorbing the mist's droplets. The elegant coat, adorned with faintly gleaming mother-of-pearl buttons, still radiated warmth, as if just shed by its owner. A curious shiver ran down my spine, not of fear but of fascination. I checked the pockets, seeking clues to the owner's identity, only to find them empty save for a lone bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed to stand still as I examined this relic of the past, its yellowed paper strangely well preserved. Seated on the bench beside the coat, my mind drifted as the fog thickened around me. A subtle aroma of lavender and pipe tobacco emanated from the coat, evoking memories of bygone days and faded photographs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded golden threaded initials JM sewn inside, hinting at a forgotten past. The park's silence was broken by a distant, antiquated melody, reminiscent of a gramophone record playing a forgotten tune. Rising from the bench to trace the music's origin, I found it elusive, surrounding me from all directions yet nowhere specific. Upon turning back, the coat had subtly shifted, its fold imperfect, a button catching the light differently. Despite my solitude in the park, a sense of being watched lingered. Time crept by as shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, the music fading into echoes. Lost in contemplation of JM's identity and reasons for leaving the coat, I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder, fleeting as a whisper. Startled, I spun around, but the fog enveloped me, concealing any presence. The coat appeared aged, as if time had accelerated for it alone, fading its colors and wear. Respecting the mystery, I left the coat untouched, walking away as the music momentarily swelled, a waltz unknown yet hauntingly familiar. The following morning, drawn by curiosity, I returned to find the bench bare, a lingering imprint marking where the coat had rested, accompanied by a fresh bus ticket dated the present day. Even now, on misty evenings passing by that bench, echoes of the distant melody and hints of lavender and tobacco linger in the air. At times, amidst the dancing mist and playful streetlight shadows, a fleeting image of a distinguished figure strolling through the park teases my sight, dissolving into the rustling leaves at closer inspection. Story 25. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the kitchen. Nestled on the couch in my apartment, I savored the tranquility of 2 a.m., a time when the universe seemed to hold its breath just for me. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. It was within this serene interlude that my gaze drifted to the neighboring apartment, catching a glimmer of peculiarity. In 6 months, I had never glimpsed a soul entering or exiting that door. No echoes of life emanated, no lights pierced the darkness. Yet on that particular night, a faint light seeped from beneath the door, akin to the flicker of a solitary candle. Intrigued, I rose from the couch, compelled by this unexpected anomaly. Setting down my cup on the coffee table, I approached the dividing wall between our dwellings. I pressed my ear against the cool barrier, straining to capture any whisper of sound. The silence was profound, yet an unnameable shift lingered in the air, thick and weighty. Resuming my seat, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic apartment in the days that followed. Details once overlooked now clamored for attention. The absence of accumulating mail, the pristine doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and on the quietest nights, a faint rustling, like the murmur of ghostly footsteps. Curiosity coiled within me like a vine reaching for the sun. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed a shroud of mystery surrounding the occupied vacancy. The apartment had been leased regularly for 2 decades, yet the tenants remained a phantom memory. The aged janitor, his face lined with wisdom, disclosed receiving rent in anonymous envelopes each month. One night, roused from slumber, I discerned the haunting strains of a piano wafting through the wall. The melodies, ethereal and fleeting, evoked a sense of longing and remembrance. In a daze, I pressed my ear to the barrier once more, only to have the music fade into silence, leaving the thud of my own heart in its wake. The following morning, I crossed paths with a woman from the upper floor, inquiring about the nocturnal serenade. Her gaze held a cryptic sympathy as she debunked the existence of a piano in that abstruse apartment. Her father, the architect, had designed the unit smaller, devoid of space for such an instrument. Instead of quelling my inquisitiveness, her revelation stoked the embers of my curiosity. I began to note more anomalies: the absence of warmth seeping from the door on frigid evenings, the perpetually dry doormat on rainy days. One twilight, upon returning home late, I found the door ajar for the first time. A strange radiance spilled forth, mirroring the elusive glow from months past. Frozen in place, my heart raced with uncertainty. A silent battle ensued within me, torn between unraveling the enigma and fearing the unknown. Ultimately, I retreated, sensing that some enigmas are best left unsolved, questions left unspoken. As I entered my abode and closed the door behind me, a weight lifted. The next morning, as I departed for work, the neighboring door stood closed, concealing its secrets as always. Since that pivotal night, each late homecoming beckons me to pause before that enigmatic threshold. At times, a distant melody whispers in the air. Others, a flicker of light dances across my vision. Yet I resist the urge to probe further, finding solace in the enigmatic presence beyond the wall. In a world ravenous for explanations and certainties, perhaps there is solace in acknowledging the realms that defy our grasp, in cherishing the mysteries that linger just beyond our reach. Story 26. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying with it the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and fragrant night blooms. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I tuned into the rhythmic pulse of the aged house enveloping me. The weathered wooden beams let out soft sighs as though harboring ancient tales within their very fibers. It was in that tranquil moment of hush that I detected it, a steady, measured thud resonating from the upstairs corridor, a sound akin to a door knocker swaying in the wind, yet oddly precise, almost trance-inducing. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast flickering shadows on the papered walls, conjuring silhouettes that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Setting aside the book I had been engrossed in, I remained motionless, fixated on that persistent sound. It wasn't grating. Instead, it held a melodic quality in its unwavering rhythm. Rising languidly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I ventured towards the staircase. Ascending the time-worn wooden steps, each one emitted a faint groan, as if the house itself was responding to my curiosity. The thudding persisted, unchanged in its tempo, beckoning me along the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through the tall windows. The atmosphere upstairs was cooler, carrying a faint essence of aged timber and beeswax. Tracing the source of the sound, I arrived at the closed door of the ancient library. Though shut, the brass knocker continued its rhythmic tap against the sturdy wood. There was no breeze. All the hallway windows were securely shut. Mesmerized, I watched as the weighty knocker moved of its own accord, as though an unseen hand was employing it to knock with infinite patience. Approaching slowly, almost entranced by the steady motion, the sound grew more distinct, revealing a subtle fluctuation in rhythm, as if adhering to a musical pattern beyond my grasp. Reaching for the brass handle, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, worn smooth by generations of touch. The door was unlocked, yet it resisted my effort to open it. Not obstructed, but as though something on the other side was gently hindering its movement. The knocker continued its sway, indifferent to my presence, as if enacting an ancient ceremonial dance. Seating myself on the floor, my back against the wall adjacent to the door, I surrendered to the lulling beat. I cannot say how long I lingered in that posture, attuned to the thudding that seemed to narrate a silent tale. My eyelids drooped as my mind meandered through misty recollections of antiquated libraries and forsaken tomes. The sound melded with my breath, with my heartbeat, blending with the natural cadence of the night. Upon reopening my eyes, the dawn bathed the hallway in a soft, ethereal light. The knocker stood motionless, silent as though it had never stirred. Rising slowly, my limbs stiff from hours spent on the floor, I approached the handle once more. This time, when I turned it, the door swung open effortlessly. The library appeared just as I had left it the day prior, every book in its rightful place, dust suspended in the morning stillness. Yet, on the antique desk, illuminated by the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book I did not recall leaving there, its pages pristine, blank, as if awaiting someone to pen a tale. The brass knocker has not knocked since that night, but occasionally, on the stillest evenings, I catch a faint echo of that rhythm, as if the house were endeavoring to recall a forgotten melody. Story 27. The mist wrapped around my ankles like a soft embrace as I strolled along the untamed path behind my grandmother's quaint abode. The breaking dawn struggled to chase away the darkness that clung stubbornly to this hidden realm, defying the laws of nature. The atmosphere was heavy with moisture, carrying the nostalgic aroma of damp earth and decaying foliage, mingled with an elusive scent, ancient and enigmatic, that lingered in the air, teasing my senses. A mere fortnight ago, this estate had become mine, and while the house exuded a warm welcome, it was the enigmatic garden that captured my intrigue from the very start. Stretching behind the Victorian manor, the garden was enclosed by weathered stone walls veiled in dark ivy, with towering trees standing sentinel, their branches interlocking to form a natural canopy so dense that sunlight struggled to penetrate its depths even at midday. This verdant sanctuary had belonged to my grandmother for over 6 decades, yet in all my youthful visits, I had never witnessed her tend to it. In fact, she had never ventured into it in my presence. Once I had inquired about it, and she had simply smiled and uttered, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear." As a child, I had brushed off her words as whimsical ramblings of an elderly soul. But now, as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this magical space, her cryptic words carried a newfound gravity. My footfalls made no sound on the moist ground, as if the earth itself swallowed the echoes of my steps. The flora here flourished in a peculiar manner unlike anywhere else. Ghostly white roses bloomed devoid of any trace of vibrant hues, their petals emitting a soft glow in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in mesmerizing patterns, their delicate fronds caressing the air as if reaching out to touch me as I passed. Most captivating were the mushrooms that dotted the garden in perfect circles, their blue-gray caps pulsating with a gentle luminescence. Venturing deeper into this living tapestry, I observed a curious phenomenon among the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away from me upon my approach, only to slowly turn in my direction as I moved past, a deliberate and almost inquisitive motion, akin to shy children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, its basin dry yet untouched by the creeping embrace of moss or vine. Etched upon its surface were cryptic symbols unfamiliar to my eyes, curves and lines that seemed to shift and morph when observed from different angles. As I traced one of these symbols with my fingertip, the stone exuded a gentle warmth despite the cool air, and a faint vibration hummed through my touch, accompanied by a distant, ethereal melody that tantalized my senses. It was then that I noticed the butterflies. These were not the vivid, flamboyant creatures typical of ordinary gardens. They were ethereal, pure white beings with wings that appeared almost translucent, resembling snowflakes caught in the morning light. They danced among the pale blooms, leaving shimmering trails of silver dust in their wake. Rather than descending to the ground, the dust lingered in the air, weaving intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. As I stood transfixed, I realized that these patterns were not random. They formed a script of sorts, a language that seemed familiar yet elusive, like forgotten words from a dream. The silver trails materialized, held their form for a fleeting moment, then dissolved, only to be replaced by new configurations, as if engaged in a silent discourse beyond my comprehension. A chill crept into the air, prompting me to draw my sweater tighter around me. It was then that I noticed my wristwatch had ceased its ticking, though I could not discern when time had halted. The light remained constant, unwavering in this enchanted garden, yet an inexplicable knowing settled upon me. I had lingered here for hours, though time flowed differently in this realm, a viscous current akin to honey, languid and unhurried. In my grandmother's study, I had discovered her diary after her passing, containing a solitary entry regarding the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not possess it, it possesses us. While some gardens cultivate flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, enlightenment dawned upon me. I began to discern further anomalies. The absence of birds soaring above, the shadows that moved independently of any visible light source, the ephemeral blooms that blossomed and withered within moments, only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a vitality that transcended natural laws, governed by its own enigmatic principles. As dusk approached, a transition imperceptible in the unchanging luminance, I retraced my steps toward the manor. The path appeared altered, yet my earlier footprints remained imprinted on the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly sealed, guarding enigmas they were not yet prepared to reveal. Before exiting the garden's embrace, I cast a final glance backward. In the distance by the fountain, a figure reminiscent of my grandmother seemed to tend to the flora that defied conventional growth. Yet with a blink, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the pallid blooms and the perpetual twilight whispering, "Welcome home." That evening, as I readied myself for slumber, a solitary white butterfly alighted on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling words upon my chamber walls. Drifting into dreams, I pondered whether the garden had selected me, as it had chosen my grandmother many moons ago. In the realm of dreams, I heard the fountain's haunting melody, comprehending at last why certain places shunned the sun. They possessed an inner radiance, born of secrets as ancient as time itself. Story 28. The snow descended gracefully that evening in my quaint antique shop. Each flake pirouetted behind the windows, basking in the gentle glow of vintage lamps, casting a serene and inviting aura. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly, in tune with the unhurried cadence of the pendulum clock's hands. The air carried a nostalgic scent, a blend of weathered books and beeswax, a fragrance unique to items steeped in history. As I arranged a collection of books, the doorbell chimed, its crystalline notes piercing the tranquility. A breath of icy air slithered into the shop, ushering in a handful of snowflakes that dissolved upon the wooden floor. Turning to greet the visitor, I was momentarily struck by a tall, enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness. Their long coat seemed to swallow the light, while a broad-brimmed hat shielded their upper visage, and a gray scarf veiled the lower. "Good evening," I murmured, attempting to maintain composure despite a subtle unease tingling up my spine. The visitor offered no reply, but glided gracefully among the shelves, their gloved hands skimming over the displayed curios. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as if they danced to a silent melody known only to them. I found myself entranced by their every gesture, noting how the light warped curiously around their form. Shadows deepened, thickened, as if possessing a life of their own. Coming to a pause before an antique mirror from the 18th century, recently acquired, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the gilded frame with deliberate care. Silence enveloped the shop, punctuated solely by the clock's languid ticking, each beat echoing like a whisper. Attempting to catch their reflection in the mirror, I was disconcerted to find only the shelf behind them mirrored back, as if they existed in a separate realm. Approaching cautiously, the floor protested beneath my tread. "May I assist you in finding something specific?" I inquired, my voice a mere murmur. Slowly, the visitor pivoted towards me, their features obscured by shadows under the hat. With fluid grace, they produced a yellowed parchment from their coat, unfolding it delicately on the counter beside the register. The list, penned in elegant, antiquated script, detailed peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that unlocks forgotten doors. Reading the list, I discerned a chill creeping into the shop, my breath materializing in soft clouds. The objects on the shelves seemed to thrum imperceptibly, as if recognizing a kinship with the visitor. "I regret," I whispered, "but I do not possess these particular items." The visitor stood motionless for a protracted moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the parchment, they tucked it away in their coat with the same fluidity as before and made their way to the door. Pausing before departure, the visitor turned slightly, and from the depths of the scarf emanated a sound more akin to a thought than a voice. "You will." It wasn't a query but a declaration. The resonating chime as they exited differed, deeper, as if reverberating from a distant place. The snow persisted in its descent outside, yet for an instant the flakes hung suspended in the air, time itself momentarily stilled. Later that night, after securing the shop, I scrutinized the antique mirror. Its reflective surface seemed to hold secrets within its silvery depths, and the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment the visitor had arrived. Since that night, as twilight descends and shadows lengthen, I find myself gazing at the door, anticipating the familiar ring of the bell. Every object in the shop appears to share in this vigil, as if we all intuit that the visitor will return. For in an antique emporium, each item harbors a tale to narrate, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects await the inception of their own story. Story 29. The first time I encountered the enchanting phenomenon was on a serene autumn evening. Nestled in the comfort of my study, engrossed in the pages of an ancient tome, a peculiar dimming of the natural light filtering through the window caught my attention. Raising my gaze, I beheld a wondrous sight. Above my humble abode, the sky was gradually swathing itself in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. A subtle yet undeniable contrast unfolded before me, as though an invisible veil had chosen to drape solely over my rooftop. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, while a gentle breeze caused the lace curtains to dance in a mesmerizing rhythm. The soft rustle of their movements birthed a hypnotic melody that seemed to harmonize with this mystical display of nature. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon unfurled its enigmatic allure with unwavering regularity. Each evening, as the sun embarked on its descent towards the horizon, that specific expanse of sky above my dwelling embraced darker hues compared to the rest of the celestial canvas. It appeared as though an artist had brushed strokes of gray and midnight blue, creating a surreal juxtaposition with the radiant azure backdrop. I found myself captivated by this spectacle, often spending hours ensconced in the aged velvet armchair by the window. The time-worn floor whispered softly beneath my shifting weight as I tracked the evolution of this celestial marvel. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, and a delicate veil of condensation adorned the window panes, crafting intricate patterns that seemed to waltz with the shadows. One day, amidst my contemplation of this enigma, a new revelation dawned upon me. Amidst the darkened canopy, specks of light flickered into existence and then vanished, akin to stars that chose to twinkle solely for my eyes. Their movements lacked a discernible pattern, yet exuded a hypnotic, almost melodic quality. The silence enveloping the house accentuated their presence, while the pendulum clocks ticking in the hallway seemed to synchronize with their ethereal dance. As weeks ebbed by, subtle interactions between the phenomenon and the objects within my home unfolded. The antique mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light, while shadows stretched in peculiar ways, sculpting forms reminiscent of ancient symbols. The foliage on the windowsill flourished luxuriantly during these moments of selective darkness, as if drawing sustenance from that unique twilight. One evening, while ensconced in my study, a gentle touch grazed my shoulder, akin to a caress borne on the breeze. Startled, I turned, yet found no one in sight. The fragrant embrace of aged books and weathered wood permeating the room intensified, momentarily suspending time in its ethereal embrace. Though the clock's hands continued their rhythmic dance, their chimes resonated from a distant realm. Documenting these events, I meticulously chronicled every nuanced shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. My entries burgeoned with intricate depictions of the evolving light, the dancing shadows, and the subtly pulsating air. Amidst these moments, my script flowed with newfound grace and fluidity, as though guided by an unseen, enigmatic force. On the stillest nights, a haunting melody seemed to emanate from that shrouded expanse of the sky. Indescribable by words, it reverberated within me, a sensation rather than a sound. It felt as though the darkness harbored an ancient symphony, a cosmic lullaby privy only to my dwelling. With time, I embraced this mystery, relinquishing fear to revel in its enigmatic allure. My abode had transformed into a conduit between the mundane realm and something grander, profound. Whilst the world outside adhered to its daily rhythms, I found myself ensnared in the cocoon of gentle shadows, in a ballet of light and darkness that seemed crafted solely for my eyes. Thus, night after night, I bore witness to the darkening sky above my dwelling, cognizant that certain enigmas warrant not unraveling but experiencing. My home had evolved into a sanctum of marvel, where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the extraordinary, a perpetual waltz of light and shadow, of the known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 30. The Rain of Secrets. The rain fell gently that evening, draping the pavement in a shimmering cloak that mirrored the glow of the street lamps. Walking home from a long day's work, I relished the earthy scent carried on the damp breeze and the soothing pitter-patter of raindrops on the rooftops. Amidst this tranquil symphony, something caught my eye. A small book, its dark cover glistening with raindrops, abandoned on the sidewalk. Curiosity tugged at me, urging me to investigate. I stooped to retrieve the book, noting its supple leather cover and the absence of any discernible markings. Only a satin ribbon, a stark contrast to the darkness, peeked out from amidst the yellowed pages. The weight of the book belied its size, hinting at mysteries hidden within its seemingly innocuous exterior. Taking shelter beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened the book. The elegant script, penned in fresh black ink, bore a date from the year 1887. My eyes widened as I delved into the author's words. I have unearthed the impossible. Shadows have transcended their nature, and time has lost its course. I must chronicle these anomalies before it is too late. An eerie thrill coursed through me as I turned the pages, each revelation more beguiling than the last. The author spoke of distorted reality, recurring moments, objects in flux under cover of night, mirrors reflecting with a peculiar delay. As I read on, the rain assumed a melodic cadence, its rhythmic patter orchestrating a nocturnal sonata. Glancing up, I noticed the deserted street bathed in the glow of the streetlights, casting intricate patterns upon the wet cobblestones. It mirrored the phenomena described in the diary, hidden symmetries that only unveiled themselves to the perceptive observer at the right juncture. The narrative shifted to a mysterious key, an artifact that defied comprehension, much like the one I now discovered in my pocket. Its antique brass surface, etched with enigmatic symbols, mirrored the key chronicled in the diary, sending a pulse of anticipation through me. The author's words foretold of a metaphysical door, a portal between realms, discernible only through the interplay of light and reflection. The key, it seemed, held sway over the fabric of reality itself, shaping the world around its bearer. Lifting my gaze from the diary, I beheld the streetlight shadows contorting into arcane sigils, a silent dance that seemed to echo a forgotten language. The rain's whisper had transformed into a hypnotic lullaby, weaving a tapestry of dreams around me. The final page bore a chilling admonition. If these words meet your eyes, fate has led the diary to you. No mere coincidence, for chance holds no sway at this juncture. The key shall unveil truths, but beware, once certain doors are opened, they may never be closed. Closing the diary reverently, I felt the weight of the key in my pocket, its presence a solemn reminder of the path unfolding before me. The rain persisted, each droplet carrying a fragment of a cryptic melody, while the shifting shadows painted a spectral ballet on the urban canvas. With the diary clasped against my chest and the key's subtle pulsations against my side, I resumed my journey homeward. The world shimmered with an ethereal beauty, blurring the boundaries between waking and slumber. Approaching my residence, I discerned a shadowy outline on the wall, a door that had seemingly materialized out of the night. Had it always been there, lurking in the periphery of sight, or was it a manifestation of newfound awareness? The weight of the key intensified, as if recognizing its purpose. Standing before the enigmatic doorway, I pondered the mysteries that lay beyond, as the rain's nocturnal serenade continued its enchanting refrain. The diary had chosen a new custodian, ushering in a chapter of enigmas and revelations. But the tale of shadows and secrets would have to wait for another night, another juncture suspended between the realms of reality and reverie. Story 31. In the gentle embrace of awakening, I find myself shrouded in a weighty veil, akin to a cloak of lead. A soft, ethereal light bathes the room, casting a pearly sheen that emanates from no discernible source. The walls possess an elusive hue, as if they shift shades with each fleeting glance. The ceiling stretches far above, reaching heights beyond the ordinary, vanishing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a night sky devoid of stars. The bed cradling me is luxuriously soft, almost excessively so. Silk sheets whisper against my skin, their hypnotic rustle accompanying my slightest movement. A sweet, familiar fragrance lingers in the air, evoking memories just beyond reach. It hints at lavender, then hints at vanilla, teasingly morphing with each attempt to grasp its essence. Time in this space flows with a peculiar cadence. Shadows ebb and flow, animated by an unseen force, waltzing across the walls in a slow, mesmerizing rhythm. The silence, never absolute, carries a subtle undertone, a distant sigh, the echo of deep slumber, or perhaps the reverberation of my own heartbeat in the vast emptiness. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet that feels like walking on clouds. The room is sparsely furnished, a weathered dark wood desk, a rich burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror, perpetually fogged as if recently steamed, holds no reflection of a bathroom. Drawing closer to the desk, my gaze falls upon an array of objects. A worn leather-bound diary, a fountain pen dripping midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea exuding a gentle wisp of steam. The tea remains warm, though I have no memory of brewing it. The diary's pages lay bare, yet beneath my touch, phantom words seem to etch themselves onto the paper, invisible yet palpable. The inviting armchair beckons, and I acquiesce. Its velvet surface retains a residual warmth, as if just vacated. From this vantage point, I discern an anomaly in the wall ahead, a faint pulsation, akin to slumbering breath. Intrigued, I approach, only to find the surface solid and motionless upon closer inspection. Seeking an exit, my hands trace the walls, exploring every imperfection, every minute crevice. Sometimes a handle's outline teases my fingertips, dissipating like mist upon grasp. The enigmatic mirror captures my focus. Through its veiled haze, my reflection appears distorted, movements lagging as if in hesitation. Occasionally, amidst fleeting clarity, a second presence flickers in the glass, observing me intently. Time meanders unpredictably. Light waxes and wanes in a rhythm divorced from day and night. Hours seem to slip away as I peruse the diary, only to realize the room's shadows have shifted, as if time itself has bent to its own whim. Nestled once more on the bed, I gaze up at the infinite expanse of the ceiling. The sheets envelop me in a tender embrace, their caress comforting and enveloping. The ambient fragrance intensifies, evoking echoes of my grandmother's perfume, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain. With eyes closed, I surrender to the impending cycle, knowing that upon awakening, it shall all begin anew. The room holds me in this liminal state, where dreams and reality intertwine, time folding upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty lingers. Am I dreaming the room, or is the room dreaming me? Drifting into slumber once more, a fragment of my consciousness questions the existence of an escape route, pondering if perhaps I never truly sought one. The room, a symbiotic extension of my being, blurs the boundaries between wakefulness and reverie, melding reality and illusion into a seamless tapestry of existence. Story 32. The sun peeked through my window, casting a golden hue across the room, illuminating the leather-bound journal that mysteriously appeared on my bedside table one winter morning. Its rich burgundy cover stood out against the soft light filtering through the curtains, beckoning me to explore its contents. Despite not placing it there myself, a sense of familiarity washed over me as I ran my fingers along the weathered spine and opened the cream-colored pages. A delicate scent of lavender and old paper wafted up as I turned the pages, each revealing intricate patterns and elegant handwriting that shimmered in the morning light. To my amazement, the words were my own, penned with a familiarity that puzzled my mind. Dates marked in the journal belong to days yet to unfold, each entry a glimpse into a future unknown, yet somehow connected to my present. Day after day I found myself drawn to the diary, reading about events foretold in my own hand. Simple occurrences at first, chance encounters, lost treasures found, and distant melodies heard, all came to fruition with a quiet precision that bordered on the magical. The diary's predictions evolved, painting detailed portraits of moments I had yet to live, each unfolding like petals of a mysterious flower. Not a single entry foretold tragedy or fear. Instead, they wove a tapestry of gentle mysteries and subtle revelations that transformed each day into a soft dream taking shape. The scent of freshly baked bread, a mysterious melody in the garden, and the touch of rain on my skin, all whispered into existence by the journal's enchanted pages. Time itself seemed to bend in the presence of the diary, turning each morning into a dance of anticipation and each evening into a serene reflection. Details once overlooked now shimmered with significance. Shadows playing on walls, the scent of rain in the air, and the silence that filled the night with 1,000 untold stories. Pressed flowers, vibrant and alive, appeared between the pages as if plucked from a future garden, their colors a testament to moments yet to pass. With a delicate touch, I traced their petals, feeling the essence of time itself captured within their fragile beauty. As weeks turned into months, I noticed the entries fading after their prophecies came to be, dissolving like morning mist under the sun's gentle gaze. New words would emerge, always in the same familiar script, offering a delicate balance of mystery and comfort that enveloped me in a cocoon of wonder. The origin of the diary remained a mystery, its purpose veiled in secrets I dared not unravel. Some questions, I realized, were meant to linger in the realm of the unknown, their enigmatic charm adding to the journal's allure. It taught me to embrace uncertainty with a sense of curiosity, to find solace in the ebb and flow of time's eternal tide. On quiet nights, when the moon painted silver patterns on my walls, I witnessed words materializing on the pages, ink forming letters like constellations in the night sky. I resisted the urge to decipher them, choosing instead to let the future unfurl at its own pace, a gift to be savored in due time. The diary became my constant companion, a portal between what was and what could be, a silent witness to the magic woven into the fabric of existence. It whispered of wonders hidden in plain sight, of moments where reality and dreams intertwined in a delicate dance of possibility. And as I sit here, pen in hand, I feel the weight of tomorrow's unwritten words pressing against my mind, eager to find their place on the blank pages yet to come. Beside me, the journal rests, its cover warm beneath my touch, a silent sentinel waiting to unveil the next chapter of gentle mysteries. Outside, the wind chime sings its timeless melody, a reminder of the harmony that exists between past, present, and future. I smile, knowing that the tune was foretold in the journal's pages, a testament to the intertwined threads of fate and free will that guide us on our journey through the unknown. Story 33. The night lay still, wrapped in a hazy shroud that turned the street lamps into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows waltzing across the walls of my study, cast by the flickering candle flame on the side table. The aged wooden floor exhaled a familiar scent, a testament to the years it had seen, while the quietude was punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. It was in a moment of quiet reflection that I discerned something peculiar. Amidst the familiar silhouettes dancing on the wall, there was one that moved with a different cadence. While the others swayed in harmony with the flame's dance, this singular shadow seemed to possess its own purpose, as though it were exploring the wall's surface. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary mind. Long hours of work had a way of playing tricks on the eyes. Closing the book resting in my lap, I rose to investigate the anomaly further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly receded into the room's corner. Drawing nearer, I scrutinized the plastered surface, noting its irregular texture that naturally birthed small shadows. Yet the one that had seized my attention was distinct. It held a weight, a definition, as if it were crafted from more than mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had halted. The surface greeted my touch with icy coldness, a stark contrast to the wall's warmth. In the days that ensued, I uncovered more peculiarities. The shadow made sporadic appearances, always in solitude, always when the light teetered on the brink, enough to birth shadows, yet insufficient to banish them entirely. Sometimes it lingered in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, yet its behavior remained constant, inquisitive, almost bashful. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a presence brushed against me, not with the unsettling gaze of a voyeur, but akin to the silent observation of a cat. Slowly turning, I beheld the shadow projected onto my study's closed door. This time, it held its ground, studying me in return. It was then that a realization struck me. The shadow bore no origin. Every known shadow is birthed by something, a figure, an object, a creature. But this one stood alone, self-sufficient, as though it were a being in its own right. And so I began to communicate with it, not through words, but through gestures and motions. In kind, it responded, dancing on the wall, crafting shapes that almost resembled letters, fleeting too swiftly to decipher. At times a message seemed to materialize, while others dissolved into meaningless swirls. With time, its presence evolved into a familiar, almost soothing presence. On nights when slumber eluded me, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the customary shadows. It was akin to having a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. The shadow's origin remained an enigma, a puzzle I accepted without full comprehension. I delved into research, perused ancient tomes, sought counsel from experts on the supernatural, yet no answer proved definitive. Some posited physical anomalies, others spoke of residual energy manifestations, but none encapsulated the essence of its presence. Now, seated in my armchair penning these lines, I catch a glimpse of the shadow's gentle sway in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into my daily existence, a mystery I've grown accustomed to without unraveling it. I often ponder if it, too, ponders my nature. If to it, I am as inscrutable as it is to me. The candle on the side table nears its end, signaling the impending retreat of the shadow into the abyss of darkness, only to resurface when a fresh light births the requisite space for its existence. And here I shall remain, awaiting its return, engaged in this silent dialogue between a man and a formless shadow. Story 34. The autumn mist draped the streets like a soft gray blanket, transforming each streetlight into a hazy halo in the dark of night. It was after a long day at work that I set out for home, the world around me shrouded in a mysterious quiet. And that's when I noticed it, a pair of headlights in the mist, a constant companion in my rearview mirror. There was a whisper in my mind, a subtle nudge that hinted at the peculiarity of this following car, matching my every move with eerie precision. The engine hummed behind me, a steady pulse that synchronized with the rhythm of my journey. When I slowed, it slowed. When I sped up, it matched my pace. Through the mist, all I could discern was a shadowy figure, a sedan perhaps, its headlights akin to vigilant eyes never once straying from me. As I navigated the winding roads of the neighborhood, the still houses exuded a sense of serenity that clashed with the growing unease in my chest. I decided to test the waters. Instead of turning onto my usual street, I pressed on, taking a path less traveled. Yet the car remained faithful, mirroring my every twist and turn. The gentle patter of rain on the windshield created a soothing backdrop, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Rivulets of water cascaded down the glass, further obscuring my view of the constant presence behind me. Street after street, the silent waltz continued, an invisible bond tethering us together. The headlights trailed behind, a steady, unwavering guide through the quiet night. I veered onto side roads, one after another, the car always in tow. The slumbering neighborhood remained oblivious to our peculiar duet under the cloak of darkness. At a red light, as the rain painted a watery curtain on my window, I caught a glimpse of something more through the mist. A figure, motionless in the driver's seat, an enigmatic statue amidst the night. When I finally decided to head home, the car remained, a loyal shadow in the distance. I pulled into my driveway and shut off the engine, the sudden hush amplifying the sound of rain on the car roof and the thud of my own heartbeat. Through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car halted a few yards away, its headlights piercing the night like beacons. Minutes stretched into eternity, the car a silent sentinel in the quiet street. And then, ever so slowly, the headlights dimmed, plunging the world into darkness. In the dim glow, I could still make out the outline of the car, a lingering presence in the night. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, seeking answers in the empty street. But as I turned to gaze back, the road lay barren, devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me. Since that fateful night, every drive after dark carries an extra weight, a nagging urge to glance at the rearview mirror more often than necessary. And on foggy nights when the world is veiled in mist, I catch glimpses of those familiar headlights in the distance, patient and unyielding. I wonder if that car still prowls the night, following another unsuspecting soul, or if it bides its time, waiting for the perfect moment to resume our enigmatic dance through the city's nocturnal labyrinth. Story 35. The wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I wandered through the dimming hallway, bathed in the soft hues of twilight. Grandma's house had always possessed a unique way of speaking, each creak and groan of the time-worn boards telling a tale of its own. The air carried a delicate fragrance of lavender, mingled with the scent of aged wood, a comforting aroma that had lingered with me through all the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift was palpable in the atmosphere. My steps came to a halt in front of the weathered attic door, a detail catching my eye for the first time. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore curious markings etched upon its surface. Drawing closer, I discerned that these were no random scratches left by the passage of time. They seemed purposeful, almost forming a cryptic message, as if an unseen hand had sought to communicate from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its amber glow through the windows, elongated shadows danced upon the walls. The only sounds disrupting the silence were the steady ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Tentatively, I reached out and traced the intricate marks with my fingertips, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath. The patterns were meticulous, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some lines were deeply etched, while others barely grazed the surface, hinting at multiple instances of their creation. How many times had I passed this door without noticing these enigmatic symbols? I recalled how Grandma had always skirted around any mention of the attic, never alluding to any strange occurrences within. A chill breeze ghosted down the hallway, causing a shiver to run down my spine. The corridor appeared elongated, the shadows denser than before. With a steady hand, I retrieved the heavy brass key hanging on the wall. Its intricate floral designs, faded by time, felt cold against my skin as I inserted it into the lock. Turning the key slowly, a faint noise pricked my ears. It was akin to a slow, deep breath, barely audible, seeming to emanate from the other side of the door. My heart quickened its pace as I froze in place, the sound vanishing into the stillness of the house. With trembling hands, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's flashlight, unveiling hidden details previously obscured by shadows. The scratches coalesced into a circular motif, a spiraling pattern that drew my gaze inward. At the center, a sequence of numbers caught my eye, delicately etched as if meant to be discovered by a keen observer. A distant memory surfaced within my mind. Grandma had once spoken of a secret diary concealed somewhere in the house, safeguarding untold family mysteries. The wind outside intensified, causing the aged windows to creak in protest. The hallway shadows swayed as if choreographed by an unseen hand, the connection between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary growing clearer in my mind. Yet, an invisible force held me back from turning the handle, a primal instinct, or perhaps an ancestral wisdom passed down through generations of women in my lineage. As I retreated slowly, a faint scratching sound reached my ears from within the attic. It was not menacing, but rhythmic, as if a patient hand was crafting a new message in the silence. Casting a final glance over my shoulder, the scratches on the door seemed to shimmer in the fading light, emitting a faint luminescence of their own. That night, nestled in bed, I pondered the cryptic numbers etched on the door. Recording them in my notebook, I made a silent vow to return the following day for further examination. However, when morning light filtered through the windows, the attic door appeared unmarred, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key retained a peculiar gleam, hinting at a hidden secret not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that enigmatic evening, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door. At times, I swear I see the scratches reappear in the twilight's embrace, while on other occasions, a faint breath seems to echo from the other side. Yet I have refrained from opening the door again, understanding that certain enigmas are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the hushed confines of an ancient abode and in the memories of those attuned to its whispers. Story 36. The hotel corridor was bathed in a soft amber glow filtering through honey-colored glass lampshades. It was late, and the silence of the night was only broken by the gentle hum of air conditioners. With my suitcase in tow, its wheels gliding silently over the burgundy carpet, I made my way towards the elevator. The weariness from a long day of business meetings hung heavily on my shoulders. Pressing the elevator button, I watched my reflection blur in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked down slowly. 6, 5, 4. A soft green light emitted from the display, casting a subtle glow across the walls. The doors opened with a soft chime, and I stepped into the small space lined with mirrors and dark wood. Selecting the 7th floor, the topmost level, I leaned against the back wall and closed my eyes briefly. The elevator began its ascent with a smooth, steady motion, the sound of its workings a quiet, rhythmic lull. Upon reopening my eyes, a strange sight greeted me in the mirror ahead. For a fleeting moment, my reflection seemed slightly delayed in its movements, as if mimicking my gestures with a fraction of a second's delay. Shaking off the odd sensation as a trick of tired eyes, I continued my journey. As the elevator came to a stop and the doors slid open, I stepped out into a hallway that felt off. The carpet was now a deep green rather than the burgundy I remembered, and the wall lamps bore an antique charm with an Art Deco design I hadn't previously noticed. Though the display still read 7, everything around me felt different. Attempting to return to the elevator, I found the doors had shut, and pressing the call button yielded no response. The once present display above the doors was now blank, as if the elevator had vanished into thin air. The silence in the hallway grew thick, almost palpable. Navigating the unfamiliar corridor, I felt the pulsing rhythm in the lights, as if the very walls were breathing. Each door I passed appeared identical, yet carried a unique aura, hinting at untold stories hidden behind their dark wood facades. At the hallway's end, a figure sat in an antique armchair, a doorman of elderly countenance with impeccably styled white hair. He looked up from his book with a kind smile, as if anticipating my arrival. "Are you lost?" he inquired in a soothing tone. Admitting my confusion, I mentioned my intended destination to the 7th floor. With a mysterious smile, the doorman explained that this was indeed the seventh floor, albeit not the one I sought. He spoke of the elevator's peculiar nature, guiding weary travelers to where they needed to be, rather than where they thought they should go. Noticing the intricate details surrounding me, the black and white photographs in golden frames, the backwards ticking clock, I began to relax into the enigmatic atmosphere. The doorman suggested I sit, assuring me that time held no sway in this place. As I settled into the armchair beside him, a sense of peace washed over me. The silence, once disquieting, now cradled me like a familiar embrace. Shadows danced on the walls, casting hypnotic patterns that lulled me into a tranquil state. Lost in the timeless moment, I couldn't discern how much time had passed before the elevator's chime broke the stillness. "You may return now," the doorman said without looking up from his book. Standing up, feeling oddly rejuvenated, I made my way back to the elevator. Turning to express my gratitude, I found the armchair vacant. The doorman vanished. His book lay on the armrest, its aged leather cover gleaming faintly in the gentle light. Entering the elevator, the journey this time was swift. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with the burgundy carpet and modern fixtures. As I entered my room, a sense of wonder lingered in my mind. Glancing back at the elevator one last time, the display momentarily flickered, showing an unfamiliar symbol before returning to 7. Since that peculiar night, every elevator ride in a hotel leaves me wondering, will it take me where I intend to go or where I truly need to be? And on the quietest nights, a whisper of rustling pages echoes in my mind, a reminder of a hallway that exists between worlds, where time holds no dominion. Story 37. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, a soothing lullaby blending with the hushed murmurs of the passing crowd. Seated on my beloved bench in the park, I watched as people meandered along the winding pathways. The air was cool, carrying the earthy scent of rain-kissed soil and dewy leaves. Though a book lay in my hands, my focus drifted to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It began quietly, a mere flutter. One morning on my way to work, a prickling sensation danced on the nape of my neck, as though unseen eyes followed my every step. Whirling around, I found only the usual throng of commuters scurrying to their destinations. Yet, in the days that followed, that elusive feeling grew more pronounced, more tangible. During lunch breaks, amidst grocery aisles, even while sipping coffee at my favorite haunt, people continued to pass by my bench, some solitary, others in pairs. A woman in a scarlet coat paused to check her phone. An elderly gent ambled with his polished cane. Amidst the sea of familiar faces, a subtle shift beckoned my attention. Unable to pinpoint the source, I closed my book and rose, setting off on a stroll. The sky painted itself in hues of amber as streetlights flickered awake one by one. Each footfall echoed a heartbeat, the mysterious presence lingering like a shadow at my side. Halting before a shop window, I feigned interest in the wares within, stealing glances at the figures passing by. A peculiar realization dawned upon me, a face that seemed ever present, yet just beyond clear definition, a phantom amidst the living tapestry. Resuming my journey, I treaded the main avenue, ears attuned to the cadence of my steps on gravel. The enigmatic presence persisted, a silent companion trailing my every move. Veering into side streets, the throng thinned, yet the sensation lingered. Seating myself on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated facades, a chill crept into the twilight air. And then it struck me. It wasn't a singular gaze fixated upon me, but a multitude. An ensemble of watchful eyes, seamlessly passing the baton in a silent, choreographed dance. Some faces recurred more often, a young woman in azure, a bespectacled gentleman, a boy with a backpack. Rising slowly, I retraced my steps homeward, burdened by the weight of unseen gazes. The streets lay deserted as I reached my apartment, perching by the window to survey the world below. Figures traversed the sidewalks, pausing fleetingly or continuing on their way. How many were mere passers-by, and how many were players in this enigmatic performance, with me unwittingly cast as the lead? The disquieting truth lay in their utter normalcy, blending seamlessly with the masses. As the city lights flickered to life, I pondered the enigma of this covert surveillance. Who were these watchers? What drove their ceaseless gaze upon me? And above all, why me? Unanswered questions lingered in the night air, as darkness enveloped the city in its cloak. Since that fateful encounter, I've grown accustomed to this unwavering awareness. At times I seek to discern my observers, at others I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, like phantoms haunting the peripheries of my existence. In the still of night, gazing out from my window onto the dimming streets, I wonder if they too contemplate my presence from behind veiled curtains, poised for another day of this enigmatic ballet of gazes and shadows. Story 38. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles serenaded me as I readied myself for the night. Each droplet slid down the window panes, casting playful shadows across the walls of my study. The remnants of a fire lingered in the air, a faint aroma of charred wood from the night before. The soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a comforting warmth, inviting tranquility into the space. In the midst of this perfect stillness, a sound pierced the air, a sound that shouldn't have been there. The old rotary phone, disconnected long ago when I opted for a cell phone, emitted a clear, crystalline ring that echoed through the room. Curiosity piqued. I set my book aside and rose from the plush armchair, my steps muffled by the Persian rug beneath me. Approaching the shelf where the antique black phone sat, a relic passed down from my grandmother, I found it gleaming faintly in the dim light. The ringing ceased as I extended my hand towards it. The receiver, cool to the touch, carried with it the nostalgic scent of aged Bakelite, evoking memories of watching my grandmother dial numbers with precision on its rotating disc. Shaking my head in disbelief, chalking up the sound to fatigue-induced hallucinations, I turned away. But the phone rang again, this time with a more insistent tone, as if demanding attention. Slowly, I pivoted back towards the phone, a mix of curiosity and unease settling within me. With each ring, the receiver trembled ever so slightly, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. Counting the rings, 1, 2, 3, 4, I found myself inexplicably drawn to answer on the fifth. As I lifted the receiver, a profound silence descended, broken only by the steady rhythm of rain against the window panes. Bringing the receiver to my ear, I awaited the familiar dial tone or electronic hum, but there was only emptiness, a vacuum of sound. And then a breath, slow and measured, reached me from the other end of the line. It held a familiarity, a cadence that stirred ancient memories buried deep within my consciousness. "Hello?" I whispered, barely audible over the rain's persistent drumming. The breath on the line seemed to pause, waiting in anticipation. Then, with deliberate slowness, it transformed into a long, sorrowful sigh that tugged at my heartstrings. Stationary, the receiver pressed against my ear, I listened to the breath that now seemed to harmonize with the rain's cadence. No fear gripped me, only a peculiar sense of peace mingled with wistful nostalgia. It was as though that moment, suspended between reality and reverie, narrated a tale without words. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses laden with unspoken significance. Surrendering to the moment, I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time lost its grip on me, slipping away unnoticed. When I opened my eyes once more, the room had shifted. The lamp's glow felt warmer, more encompassing, and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's signature scent, lingered in the air. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle. The phone fell silent, yet its presence now exuded a soothing reassurance, as if it had fulfilled its purpose. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the phone in the soft illumination. The rain continued its melodic descent, mingling with memories and musings. Since that fateful night, the phone has remained dormant, its ring unheard. Yet on rainy evenings, when silence deepens, a distant breath, a familiar sigh from across time, sometimes brushes past my senses. In those fleeting moments, I find myself smiling, acknowledging that certain connections transcend mere physical wires and circuits. Story 39. The gentle pitter-patter of raindrops on the roof wove a hypnotic melody, setting the stage for another tranquil evening in my rustic country abode. Sliding down the window panes, the drops crafted intricate patterns that swayed in the soft flicker of candlelight I had kindled to push back the encroaching darkness. A mild breeze whispered through the garden trees, stirring the leaves in a natural lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I idly observed the tendrils of vapor spiraling into the air. The house murmured its usual familiar symphony, the faint creak of aging timber, the steady tick-tock of the pendulum clock in the entrance hall, the gentle sigh of wind sneaking through unseen crevices. Everything appeared ordinary, yet an indefinable unease began to creep into the tranquility of my evening. It was during a sip of my tea that I first detected an anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, glimpsed in the mirror's reflection down the hallway, seemed to exude an odd luminosity, as if a candle had been lit within. However, I knew for certain that no light source resided in that room. Setting the cup down on the small table beside my chair, I rose slowly and made my way towards the staircase. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight, a sound I had grown accustomed to over the years spent in this dwelling. Yet that evening, each creak felt distinct, as though the house itself sought to convey a message to me. The air chilled as I ascended, a faint layer of dampness clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated briefly before turning the knob. The brass handle felt unusually cold to the touch, nearly icy. The door swung open with a faint squeak, revealing the room cloaked in shadows. The window, the very one I had seen reflected in the mirror, was shut. However, a peculiar sight unfolded before my eyes. The lock began to shift of its own accord, moving slowly as if guided by invisible hands. To my astonishment, the window commenced opening incrementally, without any visible force propelling it. The breeze that wafted in lacked the strength to justify such movement, and the air it carried bore a sweet, antiquated fragrance, reminiscent of dried flowers and aged wood. Drawing nearer to the window, I observed raindrops entering the room, forming small puddles on the wooden sill. What captivated me was the extraordinary behavior of the drops. They did not simply fall in a straight line, but pirouetted in the air, tracing circular patterns before alighting gently on the floor. While pondering this inexplicable sight, a movement seized my attention. Upon the glass pane, writing materialized, as though an unseen hand was inscribing letters on the misty surface. The words materialized slowly, yet remained too blurred to decipher clearly. I inched closer, my heart thrumming in a steady, intense rhythm. The curtains swayed softly, though no draft stirred the air. Their motion mimicked the slow, rhythmic breaths of one in slumber. Moonlight filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast undulating shadows on the walls, hinting at untold tales. Extending a hand towards the window, I felt the chill of the outdoor air caress my fingers. Just as my fingertips neared the glass, the window closed gently, mirroring the gradual pace of its opening. The latch clicked shut with a delicate snap, and the ancient fragrance that had permeated the room began to dissipate. I stood motionless for several moments, attuned to the ongoing rhythm of rain outside. The room had reverted to its usual appearance, yet something had shifted. It felt as though the house had sought to unveil a glimpse of another realm, a world parallel to our own, visible solely in those fleeting instances when the boundary between reality and enigma thins to a whisper. Since that fateful night, whenever rain falls, I settle into my armchair and fix my gaze on the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. At times it remains still, On other occasions, it opens slowly in a silent ritual that has become intertwined with my existence. The source of this phenomenon eludes me, yet I have come to embrace it as an enigma of my abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind murmurs through the trees and the rain descends in a gentle cadence, I almost sense a familiar presence, a silent guardian watching over me, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 40. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a delicate mist that twirled through the air like a sheer veil caught in a breeze. Nestled in my cherished armchair, its burgundy velvet inviting and familiar, I found solace near the grand antique mirror, bathed in the soft glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's steady ticking wove a spell of hypnotic cadence, harmonizing with the gentle warmth of the crackling fireplace that cradled me in its comforting arms. It was within this cocoon of serenity that I discerned a peculiar occurrence. At first, it was but a fleeting notion, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in one's peripheral vision. Raising my gaze from the book, I beheld my reflection in the aged mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. Yet as I studied my mirrored self, a subtle shiver traced a delicate path down my spine. An imperceptible disquiet lingered in the air. I tilted my head ever so slightly, and my reflection mirrored the motion with a slight delay, as if striving to mimic rather than faithfully mirror my actions. I sought to dismiss it as mere exhaustion or the capricious interplay of firelight and shadow. Yet the longer I peered, the more disconcerting the discovery unfolded. When I raised my right hand, the reflection hesitated briefly before mirroring the gesture. A smile graced my lips, and the reflection's response bore a faint delay. The crackling of wood in the fireplace now assumed a sinister undertone, as though endeavoring to convey a message. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with a subtle tension that coaxed my breaths into a languid rhythm. A medley of scents enveloped the room, the fragrance of melting candle wax intertwined with an ancient aroma, redolent of aged tomes and faded memories. With deliberate languor, I rose from the embrace of the armchair. My mirrored self mimicked my movements, yet its fluidity bespoke a choreographed elegance foreign to my natural gestures. The eyes of the reflection appeared to harbor depths unknown to me, veiling secrets best left undisturbed. Drawing nearer to the mirror, I discerned further disquieting disparities. The reflected room bore subtle divergences from reality. The arrangement of books upon the shelves differed. Unfamiliar objects found place in the reflection. An antique photograph, once depicting a tranquil seascape in my quarters, now depicted a blurred countenance fixated upon me. The pendulum of the clock maintained its unwavering tempo, yet in the reflection, time seemed to flow at a languorous pace, as if ensnared in a separate reality beyond the mirror's grasp. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted upon the walls, fashioning ethereal silhouettes that hinted at silent observers. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the chill surface of the mirror, and my reflection mirrored the motion with an almost beckoning gesture. Our fingertips met upon the frigid glass, my skin registering the cold crystal, while the reflection's countenance hinted at a divergent sensation altogether. Retreating from the mirror, I watched as my mirrored self hesitated before acquiescing to a separate volition, movements emancipated from my own. Hastily, I draped an antiquated velvet cloth over the mirror's surface, concealing that disquieting doppelganger. A cryptic smile, alien to my visage, flickered across the reflection's countenance as the fabric veiled the unsettling image. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror shrouded in silence. In the stillest hours, whispers of movement seem to emanate from behind the velvet, as though an unseen presence traverses a realm mirroring my own. And in the quietest interludes, when the manner languishes in profound tranquility, I ponder whether that reflection lingers still, a silent sentinel inhabiting a parallel existence in a world of silvered glass. The truth remains shrouded in ambiguity. I cannot discern if that spectral encounter was reality or a phantasm of the mind. Yet, each time I encounter my reflection in a looking glass, a whisper of doubt lingers. Has something learned to emulate me so meticulously that the line between reflection and reality blurs into obscurity? Story 41. The hush of the autumn night was heavy with a special kind of stillness. As I made my way along the gravel driveway leading to the ancestral home, the crunching of my steps echoed loudly in the shroud of darkness. Brown, crackling leaves twirled lazily around my feet, carried by a gentle breeze that rustled through the branches of ancient trees. The house had stood empty for months since Aunt Mary's departure, and the responsibility of ensuring its upkeep had fallen to me. With a metallic click, the antique key turned in the lock, the sound reverberating across the vacant porch. A distinctive fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and an elusive scent that evoked memories of childhood afternoons spent within those walls. Stepping inside, I observed the dim light filtering through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the polished wooden floor. The silence indoors felt even more profound, broken only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, within that silence, there lurked a subtle peculiarity, as if it veiled an unseen presence. Moving through the main corridor, my footsteps creaked familiarly on the hardwood surface. The walls still bore the family portraits I had grown up with, their gazes now seeming to hold a different intent as they followed my path. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a new detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly altered, imbued with a mysterious quality. It was then, in that moment, that I heard it. A faint sound so delicate that I initially dismissed it as a trick of my mind. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby murmured from a distant room. The melody, though familiar, eluded my attempts at recognition. Moving cautiously towards the origin of the ethereal tune, which seemed to emanate from the upper floor, I ascended the staircase. Each step narrated its own tale through a characteristic creak, leading me closer to the music. Clearer it grew, yet just as elusive, like a fleeting dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I discerned that the source lay within the old playroom, where my cousins and I had whiled away rainy afternoons in our youth. Pushing the slightly ajar door open, a slender beam of moonlight pierced the darkness. The room unfolded before me, precisely as I remembered. The rocking horse in the corner, the shelf brimming with children's tales, the weathered toy chest. However, a new addition stood out, a music box perched on the windowsill, unfamiliar to my recollection. Approaching cautiously, I examined the tarnished brass box, adorned with intricate floral motifs. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the haunting melody persisted, as if the very walls hummed its notes. Observing the music box, I caught sight of its reflection in the window, revealing a peculiar sight. The dancer atop the box appeared to sway, though the object itself remained motionless before me. With a blink, the illusion dissolved. It was then that I recollected. The melody was the lullaby my grandmother had sung to us before bedtime. But my grandmother had long passed before this room transformed into a playroom. How could her voice resonate so vividly within this space? Taking the music box in my hands, I felt a warmth suffuse through me, unusual to the touch. On its underside, an almost faded engraving unveiled a date matching my grandmother's birth. The melody gradually waned, merging with the house's silence until it dissolved entirely. Seating myself on the aged toy chest, the music box cradled in my palms, I watched as the moonlight danced across the room, casting ephemeral shadows. Since that night, whenever I revisit the house, I bring the music box along. Though it never plays, on the quietest evenings, a distant echo of that lullaby seems to linger, as if the house retains the memories of all the melodies sung within its walls. And perhaps, as I shut the door behind me. Certain places preserve the love and tenderness they have sheltered, resonating softly through time, like an everlasting echo that assures us nothing truly fades away. Story 42. The raindrops drumming on the roof of the ancestral home created a mesmerizing symphony as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. The air was heavy with wistfulness, mingling with the aroma of aged wood and swirling dust particles illuminated by the fading sun seeping through the cream curtains. Each item I handled seemed to murmur a tale, whispering echoes of bygone eras. It was in the depths of the last box that I unearthed a weathered photo album clad in dark leather. The cover bore the marks of time at its edges, yet the material retained a softness that only the passage of years can bestow. I tenderly ran my fingers over the surface before placing it on the weathered oak table in the parlor. The pages exuded a faint scent of must and antiquity. Each monochrome image within portrayed snippets of family life, weddings, birthdays, summer escapades. A smile tugged at my lips as I recognized the faces of my ancestors in their youth, noting resemblances across generations. The rustle of pages melded harmoniously with the patter of rain against the window panes. Pausing at a specific photograph depicting a sunlit garden luncheon, I spotted my grandmother, resplendent in her floral dress, seated at a table with her siblings. Soft shadows danced across their beaming faces. Yet a figure standing slightly apart from the group seized my attention. Clad in a pale ankle-length dress and partially obscured by the brim of a hat, her identity eluded me. She was a stranger to the tales spun during festive gatherings. Gingerly removing the photograph from its confines, I inspected it closely. On the reverse, in my grandmother's graceful penmanship, was inscribed a date, summer 1956. No further elucidation. No hint as to the enigmatic figure's identity. As I scrutinized the image, a chill breeze swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter. Twilight had descended, casting a veil of uncertainty over everything. I illuminated the antique table lamp, casting a warm, gentle glow. Revisiting the photograph under the new illumination, I discerned a disquieting anomaly. The shadow of the mysterious woman defied logic, diverging from the other's trajectories as if bathed in an alternate light source. A subtle tremor coursed through me. In that moment, a clandestine conversation overheard between my mother and aunt resurfaced in my memory. A tale of a transient woman who had vanished without a trace. The rain's rhythm intensified, lulling me into a trance. The figure in the photograph seemed to sharpen while the background blurred, as if she harbored a message awaiting revelation. I turned the photograph, seeking further clues. In the bottom right corner, barely discernible markings emerged, words inscribed with a delicate touch. Tilting the paper under the lamp's glow, I deciphered the faint phrase, "She always sees." Gently returning the photograph to its place, I found myself unable to close the album entirely. An inexplicable urge impelled me to continue gazing at the enigmatic image, as if it harbored a clandestine truth. I pondered the concealed narratives this abode safeguarded, the mysteries immortalized through the lens of a camera and enshrined in the hush of time. The rain persisted in its gentle descent as night enveloped the house in a tranquil embrace. Seated in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I delved into contemplation. Who was the woman truly? What had she witnessed? And more crucially, did she continue to observe? Leaving the album open on the parlor table, I readied myself for slumber, stealing a final glance from the threshold. For a fleeting moment, beneath the flickering lamplight, it appeared as though the figure had shifted, as if casting a gaze in my direction. Yet, it could have been a trick of shadows, or perchance, a deeper enigma destined to linger, safeguarded amidst the sepia-toned pages of an ancestral album. Story 43. The moon's gentle glow seeped through my bedroom window, painting delicate shadows on the wooden floor. A light sleeper by nature, I often found myself stirring in the hushed moments when the world held its breath. On this particular night, the autumn breeze whispered through the trees outside, creating a tranquil cadence against the window panes. During one of my nocturnal explorations through the aging house, I noticed a peculiar alteration in the hallway wallpaper. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere play of shadows, a trick of the dim light. But as my fingers traced the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, evolving into a smooth, polished surface reminiscent of aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual for me. Each dusk, as the sun dipped below the horizon and tranquility enveloped the world, I awaited the transformation. It always commenced with a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a gentle drop in temperature accompanied by a faint fragrance of cedar wood and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty leather-bound books and forgotten chambers. The door would materialize gradually, like a photograph developing before my eyes. Initially, a faint outline against the wallpaper would emerge, then detail by intricate detail, it would reveal itself. An ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and transform whenever I tried to focus on them. The brass doorknob gleamed with an inviting radiance, seemingly emanating warmth from within rather than reflecting light from without. Night after night, I sat in the hallway, observing the door taking form. At times, I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting aroma mingling with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's appearance. Though my fingers often hovered close, I refrained from touching the doorknob, sensing that crossing that threshold would alter everything, and I was not prepared for such a change. During these midnight vigils, I began to notice subtle shifts in the house. The shadows deepened, their movements purposeful. The usual creaks and settling sounds of the old house assumed a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with potential, laden with the weight of untold tales waiting to be unveiled. On exceptionally quiet nights, I fancied I heard sounds emanating from behind the door, not menacing, but rather captivating. The soft rustle of pages in an unseen tome, the faint tick-tock of a phantom grandfather clock, and occasionally a distant humming of an unfamiliar melody. My investigations into the house's history yielded no information about the door, yet uncovered accounts of previous inhabitants recounting peculiar dreams and serene nights. One former resident, an elderly woman who had dwelled in the house for half a century, documented in her journal about a path to tranquil slumber that materialized solely in the darkest hours. Her musings had been dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary widow, but now they resonated deeply with me. As weeks slipped by, the door became a nocturnal companion. When sleep evaded me, I would sit near it, sensing its presence like that of a cherished friend. Sometimes I would read by its gentle radiance, other times simply contemplate, attuned to the subtle whispers seemingly emanating from beyond. The door exuded no malevolence or threat. Rather, it brought a sense of serenity, as if safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One remarkable night, as I perched in my customary spot by the door, I noticed a new development. The carvings in the wood seemed to narrate a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, voyaging across seas. Yet whenever I attempted to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns shifted and morphed, commencing a fresh narrative. It felt as though the door itself was a storyteller, weaving endless chronicles for those patient enough to observe and await. Years have drifted by since I first encountered the door, and still I have not turned its handle. Sometimes I ponder if that is why it persists in appearing, because I have respected its enigma, allowed it to retain its secrets. The door serves as a reminder that certain inquiries are best left unanswered, certain mysteries more captivating when left unexplored. On sleepless nights, I still gravitate to the hallway, teacup in hand. The door unfailingly materializes, right on cue, bringing with it its familiar warmth and solace. As I sit in the soft luminescence, I realize that perhaps the true essence of the door lies not in being opened, but in the tranquility it imparts to those who simply embrace its presence in the stillness of the night. When morning arrives, sunlight streaming through the windows and the door fading back into mundane wallpaper, I sometimes question its existence. Yet as night descends once more, with it comes that subtle alteration in the atmosphere, that slight shift in reality, affirming that some elements in this world exist solely for those willing to sit quietly in the shadows and await the emergence of magic. Story 44. The night had draped the ancient house in a velvety hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a mug of steaming tea, I absent-mindedly gazed at the painting hanging across from me. It was a piece passed down from my grandmother, portraying a woodland scene at dusk. Not particularly valuable, yet it always drew me in with its ability to conjure a sense of wistful tranquility. On this particular evening, as the golden glow from the floor lamp cast dancing shadows, I noticed something peculiar. The painting appeared slightly askew to the right, though I was certain it had always hung perfectly straight. Rising slowly, I set the cup down on the nearby table. The wooden floor murmured beneath my feet as I approached the wall. With care, I adjusted the painting, feeling the rough edges of the antique frame under my touch. Settling back into my armchair, I resumed my book. The warmth of the tea and the soothing rhythm of the rain lulled me into a pleasant drowsiness. It was only after some time, when I glanced up, that I saw the painting was tilted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill traced my spine as I tried to rationalize it as fatigue or a trick of light. Standing up again, this time more cautiously, I drew near to the painting and noticed a detail I hadn't seen before. The colors of the sunset appeared richer, almost pulsating, and the tree shadows seemed elongated compared to before. My fingers trembled as they grazed the canvas. It felt warm, as though it had absorbed the room's heat, yet there was a peculiar quality to the way the paint shimmered. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the painting, noting its subtle shifts each time I entered the room. Sometimes the changes were barely perceptible, other times more pronounced. Not only did its tilt vary, but the painting itself seemed to transform in subtle ways. The density of the trees fluctuated, the clouds in the sky shifted shape. I began documenting these alterations, snapping photos each morning and evening, scrutinizing them meticulously. The discrepancies, though slight, were undeniable. Within the painted woods, new details emerged and vanished. A nest nestled among branches, a hidden glade, a faint path that hadn't existed before. The sunset seemed to progress imperceptibly, as if time within the painting flowed at a different cadence. On a particularly serene evening, as I sat in my customary spot, movement caught my peripheral vision. The painting was tilting on its own, moving with a near imperceptible slowness. Curiosity mingled with a surreal calm in place of fear. The motion was fluid, as though an unseen hand caressed it gently. Drawing closer to the painting, I felt a slight vibration in the canvas. In the glass reflection protecting the painting, I glimpsed a familiar figure for a fleeting instant. My grandmother's blurred profile, like a faded memory, seemed to smile while adjusting the painting. Since then, I've embraced these changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night, before retiring, I devote a few minutes to studying the painting, seeking out its new secrets. Perhaps it's my grandmother's way of reassuring me she's still present, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that shifts and breathes like a living entity. I've kept this tale close to my heart, choosing silence over disclosure. The painting still moves, but with less frequency, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and preserving its mystery. And so every evening, I sit in my armchair, savoring a cup of tea, the rain's lullaby against the windows, and the painting that dances its silent ballet in a dialogue known only to us. Story 45. Winter nights always hold a special allure for me, especially when the misty fog blankets the world in a hushed embrace. Nestled in my study, cocooned in the cozy embrace of a woolen blanket, I gazed out the window at a landscape swallowed by a sea of shimmering mist. The soft glow of the lamp on my desk cast a soothing light, painting dancing shadows across the walls adorned with shelves of ancient books. In that tranquil moment, a glint in the glass reflection caught my eye, a sight both unfamiliar and uncannily familiar. There, perched on the edge of my desk, was a small, mysterious wooden box, its dark surface intricately carved with shifting patterns that seemed to move with a life of their own. Curiosity piqued. I couldn't recall ever owning such an object, yet there it sat, radiating an enigmatic aura that stirred something deep within me. As I rose from my chair, the blanket slid to the floor with a whisper, the wooden floorboards creaking softly underfoot. A delicate scent of aged wood and beeswax wafted towards me, evoking memories long forgotten, memories that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, its carvings morphing before my eyes like tales whispered by ancient trees. Seated once more, bathed in the gentle glow of the lamp, I fixated on the intricate details of this bewitching object. It dawned on me with a chill that this same box had visited me in my dreams, its carvings ever shifting, weaving cryptic narratives through the realms of my slumber. The room fell into a hush, the grandfather clocks ticking slowing to a near standstill, the shadows dancing across the walls in a silent waltz. With a sense of anticipation tingling in the air, I lifted the box, surprised by its weightiness despite its diminutive size. No visible lock marred its surface, yet an undeniable certainty whispered that something of significance lay hidden within. As my gaze traced the converging carvings towards the lid's center, a never-before-seen pattern emerged, pulsating faintly under my touch. A subtle vibration thrummed through the wood, accompanied by a mysterious fragrance mingling with the beeswax scent. And then a soft, enchanting hum emanated from within the box, a melody akin to a lullaby from a bygone era. Unbidden drowsiness crept over me, the rhythmic pulse of the lamp's light lulling me into a dreamlike state. I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk. The fog outside vanished to reveal a star-studded night sky. The box had disappeared, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk, as though it had dwelled there for eons. Was it all a dream? I pondered, but a faint carving on the back of my hand, mirroring those on the box, glowed softly in the dim light. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to visit me in my dreams, each time with a new story to tell, a hidden message yearning to be deciphered. And every morning, the carving on my hand subtly evolves, as though piecing together a cryptic missive that only time will reveal. I mused on whether others too have encountered this enigmatic box in their dreams, whether they too carry the invisible marks of a mystery that unravels solely in the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, dissolving into a tapestry where the box serves as a bridge between worlds that have always been intertwined, closer than we dare imagine. As I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a harbinger of the night to come, where the box awaits with its secrets, beckoning me to explore the depths of its mysteries once more. Story 46. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the weathered surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk, creating soft shadows that swayed in harmony with the rhythmic tap of rain against the window panes. It was a quiet evening, perfect for delving into the realms of nostalgia and memories. Among the treasures of old letters and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by the hands of time. Its paper, crisp and untouched, felt strangely familiar, yet subtly different, like a whisper of a forgotten dream. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope, devoid of any postal markings. But it was the date that sent a shiver down my spine. December 27th, 2025, exactly a year from this very moment. Intrigued, I turned the envelope over, revealing a seal of dark red wax imprinted with an intricate pattern that seemed to shift and swirl under the lamplight, mesmerizing me with its hidden secrets. As I broke the seal, the scent of old books and leather mingled with a hint of lavender and something metallic, evoking a sense of mystery and anticipation. Unfolding the letter within, my own handwriting greeted me, but the urgency and intensity in the words hinted at a future I had yet to experience. The paper exuded a strange energy, causing my fingertips to tingle as I read the message that spoke of choices, consequences, and paths uncharted. With each passing line, the room seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, as if the letter held a life of its own. The rain outside changed its tune, harmonizing with the words on the page, weaving a tale of a future both inevitable and uncertain. The letter abruptly ended, leaving me hanging on the brink of a decision yet to be made, a path yet to be walked. A cryptic postscript hinted at a pivotal moment. Midnight, the time of choice, the opening of a door that would not welcome a second chance. Glancing at the grandfather clock, its hands inching closer to the appointed hour, I felt a wave of anticipation wash over me. The rain ceased, leaving a profound silence in its wake, as if the world held its breath in anticipation of what was to come. With the clock striking midnight, I felt the weight of the letter lift, its words fading into the ether like whispers on the wind. The room filled with silver moonlight, casting a surreal glow over the desk, where only the lingering scent of lavender remained, a reminder of the possibilities that had danced at my fingertips. In the days that followed, the elusive envelope vanished, leaving behind only a memory that lingered in the scent of rain-kissed evenings. The choice the letter spoke of still echoes in the corridors of my mind, a haunting reminder of the paths not taken and the futures left unexplored. As the grandfather clock ticks away the moments, I find myself drawn to the door, to the threshold of possibilities waiting to be embraced. And in the quiet embrace of a rainy night, I wonder if, somewhere in time, a future self is reaching out to me, bridging the gap between what is and what could be, between the known and the unknown. Story 47. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient house in a comforting melody. My task was to sift through the layers of memories stored in the dusty attic, a duty that felt both overwhelming and strangely serene. Each step I took on the creaking wooden stairs released a faint aroma of aged cedar and forgotten tales. The attic greeted me with a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small round window, casting a serene glow over the space. Dust motes danced lazily in the pale beam, painting ethereal patterns in the air around me. The attic seemed to whisper with echoes of bygone days, every box and trunk holding fragments of lives long lived. As I wandered through the attic, my fingers brushing against weathered cardboard boxes, the rhythmic rain outside provided a soothing soundtrack to my exploration. In the far corner, concealed behind a stack of leather-bound photo albums, something peculiar caught my eye. A small music box, its surface dulled by time, perched atop a faded pink blanket. It wasn't the box itself that intrigued me, but rather the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as if recently wound by an unseen hand. The subtle movement, barely noticeable, felt pronounced in the attic's stillness. A chill seemed to descend as I approached the music box, the atmosphere growing slightly cooler. The box's ornate lid featured intricate carvings of woodland creatures, softened by years of handling. Curiously, my grandmother had never spoken of this particular treasure, which struck me as odd given her fondness for sharing stories about her belongings. When I gingerly lifted the music box, I was surprised to find it warm to the touch, contrasting with the attic's natural coolness. The key continued its slow rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby, but instead, a different sound filled the air. The soft laughter of a child, distant and ghostly, drifting like a forgotten memory. The sound wasn't eerie. Rather, it carried a deep sense of longing and solitude that resonated within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a tiny porcelain doll, its painted face wearing a serene expression, one glass eye slightly askew, giving it an enigmatic gaze. The doll's once white dress had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace trim as fragile as spider silk. What struck me most was the doll's tiny outstretched hands, as if reaching upward in silent expectation. While studying the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to shift, evolving into deliberate beats resembling footsteps crossing the attic floor. Dust motes swirled in intricate patterns, almost forming shapes akin to miniature handprints before dispersing back into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, though not unpleasantly, more akin to a gentle breeze on a summer night. Memories began to surface, not my own, but vivid in my mind's eye. I glimpsed a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter resonating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes appeared like watercolor paintings, soft edges and muted colors, yet carrying a weight of truth. Somehow, I knew I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though the certainty puzzled me. The music box's key finally stilled, and the spectral laughter faded into silence. Holding both the music box and doll in my hands, an overwhelming urge tugged at me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth below. Yet, a peculiar hesitation held me back. The doll's gaze seemed to look beyond me now, fixed on something unseen. Carefully, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the air, akin to a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its natural cadence, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunlit beam. I grasped a fundamental truth about this attic. Some toys refuse to be forgotten, existing in a realm between memory and reality, between past and present, playing with phantom companions in the quiet hours when none are watching. That evening, as I readied to depart, a distant melody of a music box seemed to drift down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet dancing across the creaky floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, residing in that tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the implausible becomes plausible, and memories whirl eternally in the dust-speckled light of aging attics. Perhaps that is why my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Certain treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their magic unveiled solely to those who chance upon them, at the precise moment when the rain whispers softly, and the world grows hushed enough to heed the murmurs of the past. Story 48. The autumn rain whispered a lullaby against my office window as I toiled in my study. A night where time itself seemed to slow, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops orchestrating a hypnotic serenade. The gentle glow from my desk lamp bathed the aged manuscripts in a golden hue as I meticulously organized them for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared. A lone figure traversing the square beneath a scarlet-red umbrella, a vibrant contrast against the backdrop of autumnal grays and browns. Her movements held a mysterious cadence, a rhythm that harmonized flawlessly with the rain's steady percussion. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square. Her presence became a ritual, a moment of intrigue that I eagerly anticipated. Her face remained veiled by the shadow of her umbrella and the mist of rain that faithfully trailed her every step. But one fateful night, a subtle shift occurred. Pausing at the square's center, she briefly turned towards my window. My heart stuttered at the hint of a smile on her ethereal visage, illuminated by the soft glow of the street lamps. As quickly as it appeared, the moment vanished as she resumed her journey into the shroud of night. In the ensuing days, unsettling occurrences began to unfold. Water stains materialized on the manuscripts, as if touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate fragrance of antique roses lingered in the study during twilight, despite all windows being shut tight. And one evening, a forgotten relic surfaced on my desk, an old photograph in black and white. It depicted the square 5 decades past, with a solitary figure under a red umbrella standing out amidst the monochrome backdrop. The reverse bore a date in elegant script, October 15, 1973. Delving into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once occupied the same space as I did 50 years prior. Known for her red umbrella and passion for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end on a rainy night, much like the present. As I pored over Sarah's story, the scent of roses intensified. The rain's rhythm transformed into a tender melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby softly hummed. Pages of the documents rustled as if caressed by an unseen hand. Glancing up, I beheld her closer than ever before. The red umbrella now folded, revealing her countenance, gentle eyes, a serene smile. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of melancholy and communion. Thereafter, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings of the square. Yet on rainy nights, when the archive falls silent and shadows waltz along the walls, I catch whispers of her footsteps and the lingering perfume of antique roses. Occasionally, while perusing ancient texts, fresh water droplets adorn the pages, as if a spectral hand had just grazed them with rain-kissed fingers. I often ponder if Sarah still safeguards her cherished books, if her spirit dances in the rain clutching her red umbrella. This tale remains my secret, cherished within the embrace of the library's shadows. And as rain taps against the windows, I cannot help but smile, knowing that somewhere in the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarks on her eternal promenade. Story 49, The Enigmatic Diary. The weariness of a long workday lingered as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp painted gentle shadows on the walls, adorned with shelves of books. A familiar scent, a blend of old paper and ink, enveloped me like a warm embrace as I settled into my well-loved leather armchair. On the polished wooden surface of my desk, my treasured old diary awaited me exactly where I had left it in the morning. A cherished gift from my grandmother, its brown leather cover and yellowed pages held the secrets of my innermost thoughts. As I reached out to peruse its contents, I noticed a peculiar sight. The last page I had written was no longer blank. In an elegant handwriting, vastly different from my own, unfamiliar words adorned the page, as if freshly inscribed by an unseen hand. Leaning in closer, my breath slowed, matching the rhythmic drumming of rain against the window panes. The mysterious prose on the page vividly described the very room in which I sat, capturing every detail with uncanny accuracy. The flickering lamp light cast dancing shadows, and the rain outside added a hypnotic melody to the stillness of the study. Intrigued, I continued reading, drawn in by the enigmatic narrative that seemed to anticipate my every movement. Curiosity urged him to turn the page. The text beckoned, and as if compelled, my fingers obeyed, revealing new words materializing before my eyes. An invisible force seemed to guide the ink as it flowed effortlessly onto the paper, detailing my current sensations with an eerie precision. The warmth of the lamp, the heaviness of my breath, the delicate shiver down my spine, all captured in exquisite detail. Despite my astonishment, I found myself unable to tear my gaze away from the pages that filled with mesmerizing words. The sentences now described books on the shelves, titles I didn't recall owning, but indeed found present in the room. The writing maintained its hypnotic pace, akin to a silent clock marking time in a world of its own. Seated on the couch in the corner, I watched as the diary on the desk continued to reveal its secrets, the rain outside enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. As the night progressed, the words took on a more intimate tone, delving into memories long forgotten and moments never shared. Approaching the desk once more, each step deliberate, I felt as though the diary was engaging me in a profound conversation through my own past. A sense of peace mingled with curiosity as the dialogue unfolded, hinting at a deeper understanding just out of reach. When the midnight hour struck, I realized I had been ensnared in this silent exchange for hours, lost in contemplation. The final words that graced the page were simple yet profound. Some mysteries don't need to be solved to be understood. Closing the diary gently, I traced the familiar leather cover with my fingertips, pondering the enigma that had unfolded before me. The rain continued its gentle lullaby outside, now a soothing backdrop to the thoughts swirling in my mind. Would the words remain come morning, or vanish like a wisp of a dream? I retired for the night, stealing a final glance at the study, where the diary lay undisturbed on the desk. Something had shifted within me, a subtle transformation sparked by those self-writing pages. Night draped the study in a cloak of silence, the lamp casting its unwavering amber light as a silent witness to a mystery left unsolved. Closing the door behind me, I pondered the profound notion that some mysteries hold a beauty in their enigmatic nature, untouched by complete understanding. And with that comforting thought, I embraced the peaceful embrace of slumber. Story 50. The gentle glow of my reading lamp caressed the mahogany shelves in my private library, casting soft shadows that danced in the quiet night. Outside, the rain tapped a delicate melody on the window panes, a soothing lullaby that beckoned me into a world of tranquility. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting aroma of old paper and polished wood that enveloped the room like a familiar embrace. On this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention, stirring a sense of unease that lingered just beyond the edges of my awareness. My eyes wandered over the meticulously organized volumes, each one a cherished piece of my collection. The leather-bound books stood proudly, their golden titles shimmering in the warm light, beckoning me to explore their hidden depths. And then, as if whispered by the shadows themselves, I noticed it. A gap nestled between two books, a void that seemed to defy the very essence of my meticulously curated library. It was as if a single volume had been plucked from its place with exquisite precision, leaving behind a space that pulsed with silent mystery. Curiosity tugged at my senses, urging me to investigate. Rising from my chair, the leather creaking beneath me, I approached the enigmatic gap with cautious steps. Running my fingers along the untouched emptiness, a chill tingled down my spine, a whisper of the unknown brushing against my skin. The surrounding volumes stood steadfast, untouched by time or intrusion, their ancient wisdom held within their weathered pages. But the missing book, a rare gem that had found its way into my possession only weeks before, had vanished without a trace. A solitary figure in my secluded sanctuary, I pondered the inexplicable absence before me. How could this be? I lived alone, the only guardian of this realm of knowledge and wonder. The library remained locked, its secrets safeguarded from prying eyes, or so I had believed. As I contemplated the peculiar void, another anomaly revealed itself. The books flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by the veil of dust that cloaked their companions. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, a delicate blend of antiquity and something elusive, a hint of vanilla intertwined with the whispers of time. With trembling hands, I reached out to explore further, hoping to uncover the truth hidden within the shadows. A shimmer of light danced before my eyes, a mirage of moonbeams on an invisible stream. But this was no trick of the light, no mere illusion cast by the flickering flames of the lamp. Intrigued, I delved deeper, my fingertips brushing against a warmth that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The rain outside murmured a cryptic melody, its rhythm a language as ancient as the stories that lined my shelves. I found myself entranced by the empty space, a gateway to a realm beyond comprehension. Throughout the night, I lingered in my chair, caught between the realms of reality and the unknown. The rain softened to a gentle murmur, the night embracing me in its comforting embrace. Shadows ebbed and flowed, a silent ballet that drew me closer to the enigma before me. As exhaustion tugged at my weary mind, I rose to bid the library farewell. But as I reached to extinguish the lamp's glow, a vision materialized before my eyes. A single page, aged and ethereal, appeared within the vacant space, its words a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Before I could decipher the elegant script, it dissolved into wisps of memory, leaving me with naught but a fleeting glimpse of the unseen. And so the missing volume remained elusive, a phantom that haunted the shadows of my sanctuary. Night after night, I returned to my chair, drawn to the empty space between the books like a moth to a flame. In moments of quiet solitude, I swear I hear the rustle of pages turning, a ghostly echo of stories untold. And on rare occasions, a hint of that sweet perfume drifts through the air, a reminder of the mysteries that elude my grasp. The gap persists, a silent enigma that defies all attempts to fill it with another tale. Each book I place within its confines mysteriously finds its way back to my desk by morning, as if the space itself craves the return of its lost companion. And so, I have come to embrace this enduring mystery, this fragment of uncertainty that dwells within the heart of my orderly library. Some stories are meant to wander, to weave their way through the tapestries of time, leaving behind only echoes and the promise of what lies beyond. Story 51. The grandfather clock in my study tolled midnight with its deep resonance, each chime sending ripples through the still night air. I lounged in my weathered leather armchair, a well-loved book cradled in my lap, serenaded by the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. The old house murmured softly, its ancient wooden frame settling into the hush of the night. My gaze wandered to the hallway door, its dark silhouette illuminated by the warm flicker of my reading lamp. Something about it felt different tonight, though the change eluded my grasp. Perhaps the brass handle gleamed with an unfamiliar sheen, or the wood's grain danced in a new pattern. Despite dwelling in this house for 15 years, the door now seemed a stranger in my midst. I stood from my chair, marking my page with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor beneath my slippers was chilly, sending a shiver through me. As I neared the door, a sudden drop in temperature enveloped me, as if a sliver of winter had crept into this corner of my home. My fingertips brushed the handle, its unexpected warmth a stark contrast to the cool air around it. With a smooth motion, the door swung open, revealing the familiar hallway bathed in soft light. Everything appeared as it should. The faded wallpaper, the worn carpet runner, the array of framed memories adorning the walls. I closed the door, dismissing my own fanciful notions. Perhaps my mind had been too steeped in mystery tales of late. That night, my dreams were consumed by doors. They materialized in improbable locations, nestled in garden blooms, suspended in the sky, solitary on deserted shores. Each bore the same brass handle as my hallway door, radiating warmth against all odds. With the break of dawn, I carried on with my routine, barely sparing a glance for the enigmatic door as I passed through it. Yet as twilight descended, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The door's hue had lightened, as if the weight of years had faded overnight. The brass handle now bore a patina previously unseen. I approached it once more, scrutinizing with the eye of a photographer. Yes, the wood had indeed transformed, lighter, with a unique grain that eluded recognition. The once black iron hinges had morphed into burnished copper, and yet beyond the door, the hallway remained unaltered. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses. It aged and rejuvenated, the handle shifting, the frame embellishing or simplifying. I meticulously chronicled each alteration in a journal, capturing every nuance with precision. The door never changed under my watchful eye. It was during the darkest hours of night, when the house slumbered and my focus waned, that the door's transformations transpired. Determined to unravel the mystery, I resolved to observe the door throughout a night. I positioned my chair to face it directly, brewed a pot of potent tea, and embarked on my vigil. The grandfather clock ticked away the time as I watched, my eyelids growing heavy, but my resolve unyielding. At precisely 3:17 a.m., the lights flickered briefly. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere heralded a change in the door. The warm oak had transmuted into lustrous mahogany, silver filigree now dancing across its surface, seemingly alive in the periphery of my vision. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, drawn to the newfound intricacies. My hand hesitated near the handle, now crafted from crystal instead of brass. A gentle vibration hummed in the air around the door, akin to the resonance of a bell long after it had been rung. And then, a revelation, the absence of a keyhole. Indeed, the door had never borne one in any of its forms. Yet each morning as I passed through, a keyhole had always been present beneath the handle. This detail, I was certain, was true. Perplexed, I scoured my journal for mention of the keyhole, only to find none. Had I overlooked such a fundamental aspect, or was a deeper force at play? The question lingered, a whisper on the edge of comprehension. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I ponder the enigmatic door and its nightly evolution. Sometimes I catch glimpses of alternate hallways through the gap below, corridors with unfamiliar carpets, wallpapers, photographs. But upon opening the door, my hallway awaits me, unchanged. I toyed with rearranging the photographs to confirm my reality, but an unspoken caution held me back, a warning from the depths of intuition that urged restraint in probing the boundaries of knowledge. The door persists in its nightly alterations, each transformation a silent enigma. I have grown accustomed to its quiet transmutations, even finding solace in their mystery. I question whether it is truly the door that changes, or if my perception shifts with each viewing. Perhaps both realities hold a grain of truth, or perhaps neither. What remains certain is the anticipation that stirs within me each midnight, rain tapping against the panes, as I await the unveiling of the door's newest guise and the secrets it may choose to disclose or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 52. The antique shop exuded a unique charm as the evening light gently faded. Wandering through its narrow aisles, I found solace in the soft creak of aged floorboards beneath my steps and the mesmerizing dance of dust particles illuminated by the amber rays filtering through Victorian lace curtains. The air held a blend of scents, leather-bound books, polished wood, and memories lingering within forgotten treasures. It was then that I heard it, a delicate melody, faint yet alluring, like a whispered secret drifting between the shelves. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked a bygone era when music was etched onto vinyl and released into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, even though I couldn't quite place the tune. In the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone, its brass horn elegantly arched upward, capturing the last rays of daylight. The turntable spun slowly, though there was no visible record in sight. As I approached, the music neither grew louder nor softer, maintaining its enigmatic allure. The shop owner, a silver-haired elderly woman with kind eyes, appeared beside me so silently that I nearly startled. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice echoing the gentleness of the phantom melody. "It arrived with an estate collection last week. Quite curious, we've never wound it up." I studied the gramophone's mechanism closely. The winding key remained motionless, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic rotation. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, wrapped around me like a delicate veil, drawing me deeper into its mystery. My fingertips traced the smooth wood grain, sensing an unexpected warmth beneath the polished surface. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her eyes holding a knowing gaze that I couldn't quite decipher. Some objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite taken with you. That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, beside the window where the moonlight could caress its brass horn. I spent hours examining every intricate detail, the ornate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark smoothed by time, the gracefully balanced arm meant to hold the needle. The music persisted, soft and intermittent, like a whisper from a distant era. Some nights it played classical pieces, on others jazz standards that might have filled grand ballrooms a century ago. Each melody seemed to carry emotions within its notes: joy, longing, melancholy, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the essence of all who had ever listened to it. Subtle changes began to manifest in my home. Books would shift slightly, as if someone had been reading them while I slept. The curtains fluttered on calm nights, and hints of lavender and vanilla perfume occasionally lingered in the air, despite my solitary existence. One tranquil evening, as rain tapped softly against the windows, the music shifted. Instead of its usual distant quality, it grew clearer, more present. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, though it was performed in a manner I had never heard before. The notes painted vivid images in my mind: moonlight shimmering on water, leaves swaying in a midnight breeze, lovers strolling through gaslit streets. Closing my eyes, I let the enchanting music envelop me, feeling a gentle pressure on the cushion beside me, as if a companion had settled in to listen alongside. The perfume intensified, and the air took on a peculiar weight, akin to the moment before snow begins to fall. Upon opening my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows danced across my furniture. The music softened once more, returning to its usual distant tone, yet something had shifted. The gramophone was no longer merely an antique. It had transformed into a conduit between realms, a custodian of untold tales yearning to be shared. Now, each evening, I sit in my study as night descends. Sometimes I read, other times I simply listen. The gramophone unfurls its enigmatic melodies, and occasionally I sense that gentle presence beside me. I have never attempted to record or explain the music. Some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than comprehended. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects select their owners. By choosing me, the gramophone has bestowed upon me something precious. The realization that music, memories, and magic intertwine in ways beyond our grasp. As another melody drifts through the air, I smile, understanding that within the music lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of words and rationale. Story 53. Autumn nights in our neighborhood always held a touch of magic. The cool breeze carried whispers of fallen leaves and the gentle rustle of footsteps on damp streets. Lately, on my evening walks home from work, a peculiar occurrence caught my attention. At the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a single streetlight began to behave unlike any other. Unlike its companions, this particular light didn't cast a steady yellow glow. Instead, as I drew near, it would slowly dim, as though veiling a secret from my gaze. Initially dismissing it as a mere malfunction, I soon grew intrigued. Only when I approached did the light falter, a mysterious dance playing out each time. Observing others passing beneath it revealed no change in its luminosity. One evening, I decided to delve deeper. Leaning against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building, I stood 60 feet away from the enigmatic streetlight. Its beam painted elongated shadows on the pavement, glistening dewdrops adorning the nearby garden. Stepping forward, the light flickered imperceptibly. With each stride, its radiance waned, as if holding its breath. At a mere 15 feet, the light had diminished to a mere whisper, barely outlining the surroundings. Standing beneath the dim glow, a hush descended, as if the night itself paused to listen. Peering up at the glass casing, I noticed faint markings etched upon its surface, forming an intricate pattern. Struggling to discern the design, I reached for my phone to shed light on the mystery. Yet, as the flashlight pierced the darkness, a sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves, hinting at movement within the glass enclosure. Subsequently, I altered my route to pass beneath that enigmatic streetlight each night. The ritual repeated itself unfailingly, the light dimming, the silence deepening, a sense of unseen eyes overhead. Noticing subtle shifts in color and tone within the light, I felt an unspoken communication transpiring. One moonlit night, ensconced within the familiar twilight circle, a peculiar sound reached my ears. A faint metallic hum, almost musical in its rhythm, seemed to emanate from within the pole itself. Placing my hand against the cold metal, I sensed vibrations pulsating through me, as if the streetlight sought to convey a message. Documenting each encounter meticulously, I uncovered patterns tied to lunar phases and the light's behavior. The dimming intensity fluctuated with the moon's cycle, flickering out entirely during the new moon and holding steady under the full moon's gaze. Moreover, the light always resumed its brilliance precisely 23 seconds after my passage, a consistent rhythm that perplexed and intrigued me. Gradually, the streetlight's peculiar behavior seeped into my being, shaping my movements and thoughts. Approaching it, I felt compelled to slow down, to partake in a silent communion. At times, I lingered beneath its muted glow, enveloped in the faint hum that seemed to recount tales of bygone eras. I refrained from seeking a rational explanation, content in the mystery that enveloped our nightly rendezvous. As twilight descended, I sensed the streetlight's anticipation, our unspoken agreement drawing me back each evening. In that fleeting moment of dimness, when the world receded and shadows danced, I felt a connection to something greater, a language of shadows and light that whispered of unseen realms. Thus, night after night, I engaged in this ethereal waltz with the enigmatic streetlight, unsure of its origin or purpose. Yet, in that shared twilight space, I found solace in the unknown, a reminder that mysteries lingered just beyond the veil of familiarity, waiting to be embraced. Story 54. The night had enveloped the house in a shroud of profound quietness, broken only by the soft drumming of rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows pirouette on the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering firelight of the hearth. The warmth encircled me like a snug embrace, as the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the aroma of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An ancient porcelain music box, a treasured gift from Grandma, emitted a faint bluish radiance. I couldn't recollect it ever shimmering in such a manner before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup onto the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor produced a gentle creak that melded with the rain's rhythm, weaving an almost hypnotic tune. Drawing nearer to the door, the glow intensified, yet retained its gentle allure, resembling moonlight caressing tranquil waters. The toy room stood as a sanctuary of reminiscences and enchantment. Wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush creatures with benevolent gazes. The music box occupied a central spot on the shelf, encircled by small crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Approaching closer, I noticed the room's temperature was markedly cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in small clouds within the air, while the crystals surrounding the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a distant melody, akin to a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand toward the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have turned their heads slightly to face me, but in the blink of an eye, they reverted to their original positions. The melody grew more distinct. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I believed had slipped from my memory long ago. The music box commenced turning on its own at a leisurely pace. The ballerina danced with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like those of a genuine dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of ancient times. The atmosphere in the room thickened with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small enchanted object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music emanating from the music box intertwined with the rain's patter, crafting a symphony that spoke of nostalgia and concealed truths. The shadows in the room appeared to waltz to the music's cadence, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though I was not alone in witnessing this private exhibition. Slowly, the melody began to fade, like a wisp of a dream dissipating upon waking. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a faint glimmer, and the ballerina halted her dance, coming to a standstill. Silence descended once more upon the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Retreating to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. Gazing at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her fondness for objects that harbored tales. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always possessed that enchantment, or if it was a special gift reserved for specific moments and individuals. Since that night, every time I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Occasionally, I believe I catch a fleeting blue gleam or perceive the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it is merely recollections pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy eve. Story 55. In the early hours of the morning, the autumn garden was shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, enveloping the fallen leaves in a silent embrace. As I gathered the remnants of the night, the crisp breeze tenderly brushed against my skin, carrying the earthy aroma of the soil and the lingering fragrance of chrysanthemums I had carefully planted weeks ago. The tranquility was profound, interrupted only by the soft crackling of dried leaves beneath my feet, and the occasional melody of an early bird greeting the day. It was amidst this serene scene that I stumbled upon a glimmering presence nestled among the foliage, near the weathered stone bench. A faint silver reflection caught my eye, akin to a dewdrop capturing a fleeting ray of sunlight. Kneeling down slowly, I delicately brushed away the damp leaves, revealing an antique necklace of exquisite craftsmanship. The oval pendant was adorned with intricate floral motifs, centered around a small blue gem that seemed to radiate a mesmerizing light. Taking the necklace into my hands, I felt its weightlessness and the cool touch of its surface against my skin. Uncertain of its origins, I knew it did not belong to anyone familiar to me. Having lived in solitude for over 2 decades, the neighbors had never displayed such a distinctive piece of jewelry. The azure gem continued to gleam with an ethereal luminosity, as if possessing a light of its own. That evening, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep under the watchful gaze of the moonlight filtering through the window, I observed as the metallic pendant cast dancing shadows on the walls. Throughout the night, I awoke intermittently to a distant melody, akin to a music box softly playing somewhere within the confines of the house. A sweet, melancholic tune that dissipated each time I attempted to focus on its elusive source. Upon daybreak, I noticed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved by an unseen hand during the night. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared more subdued, yet upon contact, a gentle warmth replaced the previous coldness. Intrigued, I embarked on a quest to uncover the necklace's enigmatic past. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations within the household caught my attention. Objects on the kitchen table seemed displaced each morning, as if scrutinized in the night. The framed family portraits in the hallway appeared askew, their angles altered daily. Meanwhile, the haunting melody persisted, growing clearer and more recognizable, though its precise origin remained elusive. One twilight, while engrossed in a book in my armchair with the necklace nearby, the sound of delicate footsteps echoed from the upper floor. Ascending the stairs cautiously, I searched for the source but found only silence. Yet, in the guest room, repurposed as a storage space, a previously unnoticed wooden box adorned with identical floral patterns to the necklace lay atop a faded velvet cushion. Nestled within was a time-worn photograph of a young woman donning an identical necklace, accompanied by a date and a faded inscription, to remember the happy days in the garden. Subsequently, the haunting melody from the unseen music box intensified, yet its presence no longer evoked unease. It became a lullaby, a soothing harmony that reverberated through the dwelling during the tranquil hours of the night. Occasionally, in the waning light of autumn evenings spent in the garden, a vague figure seemed to flit among the trees, as if a memory striving to materialize. The identity of the woman in the photograph and the mystery surrounding the necklace's provenance remained unsolved. Embracing the enigma as an intrinsic part of life, akin to the changing seasons and the relentless passage of time, I allowed the necklace to remain on the nightstand. On quiet nights, when the moon bathed the room in its silvery glow, and the wind whispered through the rustling leaves, distant laughter intertwined with the music box melody, a haunting echo of joyful days lost to the annals of time. Story 56. The dim glow of a flickering candle painted shifting shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the cellar. Each step I took echoed through the wooden staircase, a familiar sound that whispered tales of countless journeys to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The air down there was cool, carrying with it the musty fragrance of earth and aged wood, wrapping me in a blanket of nostalgia that transported me back to the carefree days of my youth. On this particular evening, a subtle sense of unease lingered in the air, shrouding the familiar cellar in an aura of mystery. The candle flame danced erratically, defying the stillness of the underground chamber, while a thin layer of dust settled on every surface, a silent witness to the passage of time. The elongated shadows on the walls seemed to reach out towards the darkness that pooled at the bottom of the stairs, beckoning me to explore its secrets. Halting midway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation washed over me, freezing me in place. The wooden shelves that typically lined the cellar seemed to stretch out endlessly before me, vanishing into the obscurity beyond the reach of the flickering candlelight. The silence enveloped me like a tangible cloak, broken only by the rhythmic beat of my own heart and the distant murmur of water trickling through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that overshadowed my apprehension, I pressed forward. The jars of preserves, usually a comforting sight, now bore labels with dates that grew increasingly archaic as I ventured deeper into the subterranean labyrinth. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels had faded into illegibility, veiling their contents in a cloak of mystery. The air grew colder, carrying with it a scent of damp earth intermingled with the faint whisper of ancient scrolls. As I navigated the labyrinthine shelves, I noticed a shift in the very fabric of the cellar. The rough stone walls gave way to intricate patterns of ancient bricks, adorned with symbols of a bygone era, etched with a precision that defied logic. Pausing before a peculiar shelf, my gaze settled on a jar unlike the others. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to consume light, the label bore a date that defied reason, 1820. Trembling, I reached for the enigmatic jar, and in the hushed stillness of the cellar, a soft susurrus caressed my ears. It was a sound devoid of words, reminiscent of the passage of time itself, whispering secrets long forgotten, like pages of an ancient tome fluttering in a spectral breeze. Slowly turning, I caught a glimpse of shadowy figures wavering in the darkness, evanescent memories striving to take form. Sensing an unseen presence lurking in the depths, a chill crept down my spine, urging me to retreat. Yet, as I turned to ascend the stairs, a disquieting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed had inexplicably lengthened. The once familiar light at the top of the stairs now appeared as a distant beacon, a solitary star in the vast expanse of night. With measured steps and a racing heart, I ascended, each footfall a testament to my inner turmoil. The shelves metamorphosed once more, gradually returning to their familiar state, the jars now bearing contemporary dates. The walls shed their ancient facade, reverting to rough-hewn stone, grounding me in the reality I knew. Clutching the jar from 1820, a tangible relic of the inexplicable journey, I emerged from the cellar into the warm embrace of the kitchen's light. Placing the jar on the first step, I cast a final glance into the shadows below, where the tendrils of time seemed to twist and coil, beckoning me to unravel their enigmatic secrets. That night, seated at the kitchen table, with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I contemplated the events that had transpired. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet upon opening it, a scent unlike any other wafted forth, redolent of time itself, sweet and ancient, evoking memories long buried in the recesses of my mind. Since that fateful night, every descent into the cellar has been tinged with a sense of anticipation, a whisper of the unknown lingering in the air. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves laden with familiar preserves, yet a tantalizing mystery lingers on the periphery. In moments of dim light and profound silence, I feel the cellar's ancient pulse, beckoning me to delve deeper into its temporal mysteries. And perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to venture beyond the confines of familiarity, to traverse the endless corridor of time and unveil the enigma that lurks at the precipice where the very essence of time itself dissolves into the void. Story 57. The tranquil hues of sunset filtered softly through the sheer curtains, casting a warm embrace over my study walls. This room had always been my sanctuary, filled with the whispers of old books and treasured memories. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a quiet mystery woven into the amber and gold light of autumn. My gaze drifted to the new portrait above my antique writing desk. A Victorian masterpiece portraying a woman in a deep burgundy gown, her expression veiled in enigma. The aged dealer who sold me this painting had shared tales of its captivating past, though my mind was consumed by the weight of its price rather than his words. Nestled in my leather armchair, a cup of Earl Grey tea in hand, tendrils of steam dancing upwards, I noticed a peculiar alteration in the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the left, now seemed to pierce directly into my soul. I dismissed this as a trick of light and the wariness from a day spent lost in writing. The grandfather clock in the corner hummed its familiar tune, usually a source of solace, yet that night each tick drew me back to those haunting eyes. Between paragraphs, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, convinced that subtle changes were unfolding. The tilt of her head, the curve of her lips, the shift in her gaze. As night descended, casting shadows that danced across the portrait, a new world within the painting unfurled. The folds of her dress gained depth, the backdrop stretching into unfathomable darkness. The flickering lamplight caressed the gilded frame, evoking illusions of movement within the canvas itself. Small anomalies began to surface in my study. Books mysteriously opened to pages recounting lost art and vanishing mysteries, my pen rolling inexplicably, and the room's temperature ebbing and flowing without reason. One hushed evening, as I prepared to leave my study, A hidden detail seized my attention. Within the portrait's background, obscured by the woman's shoulder, a secondary canvas on an easel emerged. Peering closer, I discerned a replica of my study, a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and a figure, unmistakably me, engrossed in examining a painting. The familiarity of the scene grew until the realization dawned upon me. I was the subject of this miniature world, captured in intricate detail. A chill crept down my spine as the woman's expression transformed, her eyes alight with knowing, almost playful. Her gaze tracked my movements across the room, her lips hinting at a secretive smile, a ghostly laughter echoing in the stillness. That night, I sealed my study door shut, yet her presence lingered, a silent observer haunting my steps. Nestled in bed, I pondered the portrait's former owners, their untold tales, their shared encounters with these subtle shifts. Did they too feel the weight of those watchful eyes? In the morning, my study appeared unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open, inked with elegant Victorian script foreign to my hand, whispering, "Art is never static, dear observer. The line between viewer and viewed blurs, don't you think?" I chose not to remove the portrait, driven by an insatiable curiosity. As I recount this tale in my study, her gaze often meets mine, that enigmatic smile eternally dancing on her lips. In moments of perfect stillness, when the light paints shadows and the house holds its breath, the painting within the painting reveals new secrets, the scene subtly shifting. The portrait remains an enigma, one I've embraced. Amidst the tranquil rhythm of the grandfather clock and the evening's gentle glow, I've come to realize, perhaps we are both observer and observed, intertwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 58. The night possessed a gentle rhythm, a symphony of soft sounds harmonizing with the rain's tranquil melody on the rooftop. Stirred from slumber, a common occurrence in recent nights, yet this time felt distinct. Bathed in the faint moonlight seeping through the curtains, an unexpected sight greeted me on the bedside table. An ancient brass key, adorned with intricate designs along its edges. Unfamiliar to my memory, it exuded a strange sense of familiarity, as though it had always been a part of my existence. Cold to the touch, its weight surprised me, far heavier than its modest size suggested, its surface aged with a patina only time could bestow. Examining it in the dim glow, I noticed its unconventional design, lacking the typical teeth of modern keys or the grooves of antiquity. Smooth yet adorned with floral motifs, interwoven with symbols reminiscent of a forgotten language. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, I rose from bed, compelled to explore. The house, draped in shadows, appeared altered at night, as if the darkness possessed the ability to reshape familiar spaces. Guided by the key's subtle, eerie bluish glow, I navigated through the rooms. The wooden floor whispered beneath my footsteps, carrying the scent of aged timber and weathered paper. Each door I approached, I instinctively brought the key near, though I knew it didn't belong to any of them. Yet, a faint vibration tingled through my fingers whenever the key neared a wooden surface, as if reacting to an unseen force. It was in my study that a peculiar occurrence unfolded. My grandfather's antique bookcase seemed to resonate with the key's presence. Drawing closer, the key's glow intensified, casting dancing shadows from the shelves onto the walls, pulsating in an unseen rhythm. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a subtle, deep resonance filled the air, akin to a forgotten melody. The key vibrated more intensely, eliciting a response from the bookcase's wood. Without a visible lock, the key appeared to have found its purpose. Time seemed to slow, the atmosphere thick with an ancient aura. Shadows moved with awareness, the key's glow revealing hidden patterns within the bookcase's wood. Driven by an inexplicable instinct, I pressed the key against the central panel. A sound akin to a sigh echoed as the wood rippled like disturbed water, fleeting images of faces and places from a bygone era reflected in its polish. Morning arrived, finding me at my desk, the key tightly grasped in my hand. The dawn's light dispelled the night's mysteries, yet the experience lingered within me. The bookcase stood stoic, unchanged in its aged grandeur, yet something had shifted. In the days that ensued, I observed the key, its glow faded but its weight unchanged. On silent nights, a deep vibration seemed to emanate from the bookcase, a beckoning call to the key. I refrained from using it again, understanding that some doors are best left unopened, even with the key in hand. Perhaps, especially because of it. The key now rests in a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk. In the profound silence of night, its faint call lingers, prompting contemplation of whether the key found me, unveiling what secrets lie within a key without a lock. Story 59. The autumn breeze whispered gently through the rustling leaves as my car glided down the winding country road, bathed in the soft hues of a sunset sky painted in shades of orange and purple. The GPS had given up its guidance a few miles back, but I felt a calm assurance. I believed I knew this area well, or so I thought. The dirt road meandered peacefully amidst hills adorned with bare vineyards, and the cool, crisp air seeped in through the cracked window, carrying the earthy fragrance of damp soil and fallen foliage. In a moment suspended in time, the world seemed to slow down, inviting me to relish each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization struck me. This road did not align with my mental map of the region. Pausing briefly, I tried to reorient myself as the elongating shadows cast intriguing patterns among the trees that bordered the path. Beneath my car's tires, the road surface felt unusually pristine for a forgotten country lane. No potholes or cracks marred the smooth asphalt, disappearing into the encroaching evening mist. Dead leaves twirled lazily in the air, as if time itself had adopted a leisurely pace in this secluded place. Proceeding cautiously, I found myself captivated by the evolving landscape surrounding me. The trees flanking the road appeared ancient and twisted, their canopies intertwining above like a natural cathedral archway, filtering the diminishing twilight glow. In the distance, faint lights flickered akin to out-of-season fireflies, gracefully darting between the tree trunks, ephemeral as fleeting memories. The silence enveloped me like a tangible veil, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the whisper of leaves stirred by the breeze. As I continued, the road's essence seemed to subtly shift. The boundaries blurred, as if softened by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not in a menacing manner. Rather, reality itself seemed to soften, shedding its sharp edges. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye. An aged brass mailbox stood by the roadside, its impeccable condition defying its years. Intricately engraved with a compass rose, it bore no name or number. When I reached out to touch it, a faint warmth seemed to emanate from the metal, contrasting the cool evening air. The road continued its gentle curve, revealing increasingly curious details. Dimly glowing milestone stones lined the edges, emitting an ethereal light seemingly from within. The sky above me displayed an indescribable hue, a color seemingly exclusive to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, their presence altered, as if witnessing a celestial expanse from a different era or dimension. After what felt like hours or mere moments, I arrived at the summit of a hill. The road unveiled a small circular clearing, its ancient stones meticulously laid, and at its heart stood an antiquated wrought iron lamppost casting a warm, inviting glow. Halting my car, I stepped out into an eerily still atmosphere, where time itself appeared to hold its breath. From this vantage point, I glimpsed the distant city lights I had left behind, yet they seemed detached, belonging to a world separate from this ethereal reality. Surveying the panoramic view, I realized the road I had traversed had transformed. No longer modern asphalt, it now comprised weathered stones worn by countless journeys. Despite my certainty of the previous surface, this revelation perplexed me. Retreating to my car, I retrieved the road map from the glove compartment. Illuminated by the lampost's glow, I scrutinized every detail meticulously. As suspected, this mysterious road eluded the map's confines, as if existing solely within the realm of dreams. Folding the map, a sudden gust of wind caused it to quiver in my grasp. Fleetingly, golden lines seemed to materialize on the paper, tracing a faintly glowing path before vanishing as swiftly as they appeared. Remaining in this surreal enclave a while longer, I basked in the tranquility it exuded. Eventually deciding to depart, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished its light silently. The road ahead cloaked in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance guided me homeward. Driving back towards the city, I glanced repeatedly in the rearview mirror. The lamppost had reignited, its luminance dimming as I distanced myself. A golden radiance danced in the air, resembling stardust scattered upon this enigmatic road absent from any conventional map. In the days that ensued, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that elusive road. Hours were spent traversing the countryside, exploring every fork and byway. Alas, the solitary lamppost and its radiant stones had vanished like a wisp of dream upon waking. The sole remnant of my sojourn remained a faint golden trace upon my aged map, visible only under a specific illumination, akin to a clandestine secret awaiting rediscovery. Story 60. The autumn wind whispered secrets as I wandered the deserted streets on my way home. Amber light spilled from the street lamps, painting the wet pavement with a golden hue that danced on the scattered puddles like hidden treasures. In the stillness of the evening, sounds lingered longer than usual, each footstep echoing in a haunting melody, while fallen leaves rustled a mysterious tune that hung in the air like a forgotten memory. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first glimpsed him, a figure cloaked in layers of weathered attire, standing motionless at the bend where Main Street meanders past the ancient bookshop. What drew my gaze was not his stillness nor his ragged appearance, but the way people navigated around him, forming a perfect circle of emptiness as if guided by unseen hands. My usual path led me straight towards his corner, and as I neared, I found myself caught in that same orbital dance, my steps veering wider without my conscious consent. And then he turned to face me, and I saw his eyes, not the usual browns or blues, but black as a starless night, absorbing the light around them like bottomless voids. They held a depth that seemed to swallow the world. Each evening thereafter, he stood there, a silent sentinel in the same spot, never moving. Sometimes I took detours to avoid passing by him, yet his gaze seemed to follow me even when I strayed. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance, never reached out for help. He just observed, his obsidian eyes fixed on each passerby with a quiet intensity that stirred a mix of comfort and unease. On quiet nights, when the wind whispered softly and the city's clamor ebbed, I fancied I caught the faint hum of a mysterious melody emanating from him. It was a lullaby unlike any heard before, resonating with ancient echoes that stirred memories of distant realms and primordial songs sung in the time before time. One rainy night, a change rippled through our silent dance. As I approached his corner, bracing myself for another encounter, I saw him shift ever so slightly. His hand rose not in supplication, but pointed skyward, towards the veiled heavens. Without thought, I halted and followed his gaze. Raindrops kissed my skin with a weight that seemed to carry profound significance beyond mere moisture. When I lowered my eyes, his gaze met mine, and for the first time I saw his lips move. His words, soft and ghostly, bypassed my ears and etched themselves directly into my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement that felt like a question, his voice a haunting echo from the depths of eternity. That night my dreams wove tapestries of black-eyed sentinels watching over slumbering cities, of ancient melodies shaping destinies, of raindrops bearing messages from realms beyond the stars. Awaking, I found my window adorned with frosty patterns, a chilling paradox in the warm autumn air. The following evening, he was absent from his corner, Days passed and still he did not return. The empty space he once occupied held a weighty significance, a void that seemed pregnant with unseen meaning. Sometimes on silent nights with flickering streetlights, I caught fleeting glimpses of his reflection in the puddles pooling at that corner, his black eyes gazing outward from beneath the rippling surface. Other pedestrians continued to avoid that spot, unknowingly preserving the circle of emptiness he once commanded. And on rare occasions, when the wind carried notes of that ancient lullaby, I would pause, looking up at the sky, wondering what secrets the rain whispered as it fell. No other beggar with black eyes crossed my path, yet I now understand he was no beggar at all. He was a presence, a mystery that chose that corner to watch, to wait, to remind us of the enigmas that lied just beyond our grasp. Every evening I passed by that corner on my homeward journey, sometimes halting to catch that ethereal melody, sometimes glimpsing those black eyes staring back at me from every reflection. In those moments, a strange sense of solace washes over me, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, he continues to watch over our silent streets as night descends, a guardian of mysteries unsolved. Story 61. The gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting shadows on the walls of my bedroom. Raindrops tapped against the window panes, creating a calming melody that synchronized with my breath. Alone in the quiet of the night, I found solace in the familiar embrace of vintage furniture and the scent of well-aged books. That evening held an air of intrigue, a subtle shift in the usual tranquility. Seated at my antique writing desk, my focus was abruptly drawn to a mysterious sound, a delicate scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the house settling, a peculiar pattern in the noise captured my attention, hinting at purposeful intent behind each gentle scrape. As I leaned in, pressing my ear against the aged wallpaper, the scratching evolved into a rhythmic dance, pausing momentarily before continuing in deliberate sequences. Running my fingers along the wall's surface, I detected a slight warmth in one spot. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a section of the wallpaper, revealing a hidden world. Beneath the layers of time, intricate markings etched into the plaster greeted me, each symbol crafted with precision and purpose. These were not random scratches, but a language of symbols, a code waiting to be unraveled. Retrieving my notebook, I painstakingly transcribed the enigmatic glyphs, noting their repeated appearance in sets of 12. In the dim candlelight, the symbols seemed to shift and transform, assuming different forms with each passing moment. At times they resembled ancient runes, at others, celestial constellations in an alien sky. The ambient rain outside provided a gentle backdrop to my exploration, its soft patter blending with the mysterious hum emanating from the wall. As the night unfolded, I uncovered more hidden symbols, each unveiling a new layer of complexity to the enigma before me. The warmth beneath my fingertips hinted at an unseen energy pulsating within the markings. The rain intensified, its rhythm synchronizing with the pulsing luminescence of the symbols, creating a surreal harmony in the room. Approaching midnight, a hushed anticipation enveloped me. The scratching sound replaced by a distant humming that seemed to echo a melody from another realm. Hours slipped away as I meticulously documented the symbols, their patterns weaving a tapestry of secrets that defied simple interpretation. Shadows danced across the walls, imbuing the symbols with a life of their own. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, guiding me to the realm of dreams. In that liminal space between waking and slumber, whispers drifted from the wall, ancient voices murmuring forgotten truths in a language as old as time. Morning's light brought a new perspective, the symbols now a silent testament to the mysteries that lingered just beyond reach. Running my fingers over the symbols one final time, I realized that some enigmas are not meant to be solved, but cherished for the wonder they bestow. The painting concealed the symbols once more, a silent agreement between mystery and revelation. On rainy nights, when the world falls into a gentle hush, I still hear the faint scratching, a reminder of the hidden depths within the ordinary. The wall holds its secrets close, a silent guardian of mysteries waiting to be explored in the quiet moments when the world sleeps. And in those whispers of rain and candlelight, I find solace in the knowledge that some truths are meant to remain elusive, their magic woven into the fabric of our existence. Story 62. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a reliable companion, its rhythmic ticking filling the room like a soothing lullaby. But one morning, as I sat surrounded by old papers, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed slightly askew, as if time itself was taking a leisurely stroll through moments that stretched beyond their usual boundaries. At first, I brushed off the feeling, attributing it to a trick of the mind, a fleeting illusion in the early light that filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. Everything appeared normal. My cup of tea steaming beside my journal, the autumn breeze whispering through the leaves outside my window. Yet when I reached for my pocket watch, a heaviness lingered in the air, slowing my movements as if submerged in a dream. To my astonishment, the watch revealed a peculiar sight. The second hand quivered in place, caught between two marks, refusing to progress. I blinked in disbelief, but the stillness remained, casting a spell over the room. Dust motes hung motionless in sunbeams, tea steam froze in midair, and even the curtains ceased their gentle sway. The silence that enveloped me was not eerie, but rather serene. The world outside had paused, leaving me in a suspended moment where time held its breath. Each step I took sent ripples through the air, like echoes in a vast, tranquil lake. Approaching the window, I beheld a frozen tableau, a bird mid-flight, leaves suspended in mid-descent, a cat perched in perfect stillness. Instead of fear, I felt a sense of wonder at this strange phenomenon. I wandered through my home, observing the frozen fragments of everyday life with newfound appreciation. Water droplets hung in midair, clocks stood silent, and headlines lost their urgency in a world where time had lost its grip. Returning to my study, I noticed a subtle anomaly. My reflection in the mirror moved in perfect sync with me, yet there was a depth to its gaze, a familiarity that hinted at a parallel existence. The mirror beckoned me closer, its surface warm to the touch, like a portal to another reality where time flowed differently, where I glimpsed a version of myself smiling knowingly. Hours might have passed, or mere moments. Time was a ghost in this suspended state. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the ineffable nature of time itself. Slowly, imperceptibly, the world around me began to stir. Dust motes quivered, tea steam dissipated, and the clock's pendulum resumed its gentle swing, marking the return of time's steady flow. The bird completed its flight, the cat stretched, and the leaves drifted to the ground, as if picking up where they left off. Normalcy returned, yet a lingering sense of the extraordinary lingered. The mirror still holds secrets, reflecting a version of myself from that timeless moment, where silence and beauty intertwined in perfect harmony. To this day, the grandfather clock ticks on, life follows its predictable course. But in quiet moments when the light hits the mirror just so, I glimpse that other self, still exploring a world frozen in tranquil silence, finding solace in each suspended breath. And I wonder, in some distant realm, if that version of me continues to dance through moments untouched by time's relentless march. Story 63. The chilly November wind whispered through the dry leaves strewn across the driveway as I stood gazing at the looming silhouette of the abandoned mansion against the heavy, overcast sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, it held a mysterious past, shrouded in forgotten memories. Approaching the weathered gate, my fingers brushed against the cold, rusted iron bars, sending a shiver down my spine. The air carried a distinct scent of moss and damp stone, adding an eerie aura to the neglected garden, overrun by tangled brambles and climbing nettles embracing the cracked walls. Despite the mansion's state of decay, it exuded a haunting elegance that captivated my senses. Tasked as a real estate agent to assess the property, I ventured further into the wild garden, noticing peculiar signs of recent activity amidst the unkempt foliage. Narrow paths, seemingly freshly trodden, meandered through the weeds, hinting at a presence unknown. The neighbors had insisted that no one dared to trespass on the property, deepening the mystery that enveloped the deserted estate. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing a somber interior bathed in a bluish twilight filtering through the closed shutters. The atmosphere inside was heavy with dust and the faint scent of aged wood as the floor groaned beneath my cautious steps. The main salon, adorned with furniture draped in yellowed sheets, cast ghostly shapes in the dim light, while the veiled mirrors on the walls played tricks on my eyes, distorting reality with their murky reflections. Ascending the creaking stairs, my hand trailed along the polished wooden handrail, worn smooth by the passage of time. Along the corridor of the upper floor, a series of closed doors beckoned me to uncover their secrets, each room captured through the lens of my camera for the appraisal report. Empty spaces greeted me, save for a few shrouded pieces of furniture, until I reached the final room that harbored a subtle difference. A woman's bedroom, frozen in time, bore the traces of recent disturbance amidst the layers of dust. A silver brush lay on the dresser, accompanied by strands of dark, fresh hair untouched by age, evoking a sense of unease within me. As I lingered in the room, a fleeting movement in the mirror caught my eye, a glimpse of a female figure seated on the bed, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Despite the empty room before me, a lingering presence lingered in the air, sending a shiver down my spine. Descending the stairs with haste, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, the shifting light in the salon casting elongated shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Just as I reached for the doorknob to leave, a faint, melancholic humming drifted down from the upper floors, its haunting melody echoing through the empty halls. Unsure if it was the wind's whisper or a figment of my imagination, I stepped out into the silent garden, the once turbulent wind now stilled. Pausing by the gate, I stole a final glance at the mansion, catching a glimpse of a pale glow behind an upstairs window before it vanished into the depths of the forgotten rooms. In the days that followed, I compiled my detailed report on the property, outlining its condition and potential value without mentioning the inexplicable occurrences within its walls. Instead, I penned a cryptic note, hinting at the unique allure that might draw a particular kind of buyer to the enigmatic estate. Despite lingering on the market for an extended period, the house remained unsold, a silent sentinel of forgotten memories and whispered secrets. Occasionally, as I passed by the weathered gate, I could swear I saw a spectral figure moving through the upper rooms, as if trapped in an eternal waiting. Perhaps the true mystery of the never-inhabited house lay not in its vacant history, but in the lingering presence that refused to fade, forever bound to the melancholic walls as a timeless guardian of its untold stories. Story 64. Night had draped the ancient countryside, dwelling in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The cozy warmth enveloped me like a comforting embrace, while beyond, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. Amid this moment of absolute peace, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a pure, childlike giggle resonating from the upper floor of the house, a laugh akin to silver bells. Pausing to listen, I let the sound blend with the fire's gentle crackle. There was no hint of menace. Instead, it was a joyful, almost melodic laugh. Yet, having dwelled alone in this abode for over 2 decades, I had never entertained children. Intrigue began to trickle through me like a tranquil stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation as my feet met the old Persian rug. The wooden floorboards murmured softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a welcoming glow, casting my shadow upon the walls in a silent ballet. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler with each step. Not a biting chill, but a gentle caress on the skin, reminiscent of the sea breeze. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed ever so slightly, moved by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to filter through, unlike any other illumination in the house. It was not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was something else entirely, pulsating softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Upon nudging the door open, the ancient wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that peculiar luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, reassuring contours, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a dance of light and shadow that seemed to mimic a child's form. The laughter echoed once more, clearly emanating from that radiant presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child toyed with the rays it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls as if crafting with light itself. I approached tentatively, and with each step, the room's temperature oscillated gently between cool and warm, like waves lapping at the shore. Drawing nearer, I discerned a familiarity in the figure. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of the gestures I once made as a child, playing alone in my room. The realization washed over me with the sweetness of a forgotten memory. That laughter, so crystalline and pure, was my own childhood laughter. Time seemed to slow as I beheld that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laugh, now echoing like a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or disturbing, fearful of shattering the spell of tranquility and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light began to wane, akin to the sun setting on a winter eve. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until naught remained but a faint glow. The final laugh I heard was but a whisper, a tender farewell before fading entirely into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a serene hush. The draped furniture ceased its sway, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet, something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now seemed to harbor a precious secret. Returning to my armchair by the fireplace, where the flames continued their slow dance, I settled amidst the cushions, realizing I would never truly discern the events of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past materializing through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest nights, I swear I catch the faint echo of that crystalline laughter, akin to a tender lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allow the enigma to endure, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the darkness. Story 65. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the gentle rhythm of the train wheels on the tracks. I sat in the final carriage, bathed in a soft, dim glow emanating from the delicate fixtures above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the train's steady motion cast a spell of tranquility over me. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside swirled lazily, conjuring fleeting shapes that melted into the darkness. It seemed as though I was the sole traveler in that carriage, shrouded in a cloak of solitude. Or so I believed. My reflection in the glass mingled with the obsidian night, creating an enigmatic illusion of an unseen presence observing me from the beyond. The symphony of the rails carried a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me into slumber. In that ethereal moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass. A shadow lingered behind me, a figure seated a few rows distant. I could not recall anyone boarding, yet now an unmistakable silhouette graced the carriage. The train pressed on through the night, its wheels whispering ancient tales lost to time. With cautious intent, I turned to steal a glance. The amber light bathed the carriage, casting elongated shadows across the vacant seats. The mysterious figure, cloaked in a dark shroud, remained motionless, their countenance veiled by a wide-brimmed hat. Time ebbed languidly as I fixated on that silent observer. The air grew heavy with a weight of memories not my own. The figure sat unmoving, an enigmatic entity fused with the essence of the train itself. With a feigned purpose, I rose, feigning a journey to the lavatory at the rear of the carriage. Drawing nearer to the enigmatic figure, I discerned their coat was crafted from a material that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. A chill permeated the air surrounding them, carrying a faint scent of lavender and aged manuscripts. Passing by the occupied seat, I felt a suspension of time, the distant hum of the wheels fading into the void. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the shadowy cloak, there was no perceptible movement, no telltale sign of breath. Reaching the end of the carriage, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next carriage or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched endlessly, the subdued lights weaving hypnotic patterns upon the floor. Upon glancing back, the spot where the mysterious figure had sat lay vacant. In its place rested an antiquated train ticket, weathered and yellowed with time. Trembling, I retrieved the ticket, its date marking 50 years past, precisely that very day. The ticket exuded warmth, as if it had been clutched mere moments before. Returning to my seat, I clutched the ticket, pondering the enigma that had unfolded. The train pressed on through the night, the cadence of the wheels once more a comforting presence. Beyond the misted window, vague shapes seemed to tread alongside the train, as if companions on its nocturnal voyage. Wariness crept upon me, prompting contemplation of how many others had encountered the enigmatic passenger on the final train of the night. The ticket I held stood as the solitary proof of that surreal rendezvous, yet even it appeared to dissolve, akin to a fading dream upon waking. The train journeyed through the night, bearing its clandestine whispers and passengers, both seen and unseen. Drifting towards slumber, I fancied a faint hint of lavender in the air, and accompanied by the echo of receding footsteps down the carriage's corridor. Story 66. The night was unusually serene, with the sea as calm as a sleeping child. Wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I sat on the creaking porch of my wooden abode, mesmerized by the soft melody of waves caressing the shore. The full moon painted a silver path on the water, beckoning me to follow its shimmering trail to the distant horizon. Lost in contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my attention, a green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the gentle waves near the shoreline. Rising slowly from the rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze caress my face as I descended the weathered steps. The warm sand welcomed my bare feet, a comforting embrace despite the late hour. Drawing closer to the water's edge, where the waves whispered their secrets to the earth, the mysterious green glow grew more defined. A vintage glass bottle, its elongated form cradling a yellowed piece of paper. Carefully lifting the weighty bottle, its surface veiled with a salty patina that obscured its contents in places, I marveled at the hypnotic reflections cast by the moonlight passing through the glass. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, stood as a testament to time's passage, yet remained intact. Tiny crystalline specks within the glass sparkled like captured stars, adding to the bottle's enigmatic allure. Returning to the porch, the gentle glow of the oil lamp revealed more details of my discovery. Placing the bottle on the worn wooden table, I sank into my favorite armchair, the symphony of the sea, now a serenade that seemed to carry hidden messages in its melody. With deliberate movements, I began to remove the aged sealing wax, crumbling under my touch like ancient memories. The cork, surprisingly well preserved, yielded to my careful extraction, releasing a scent that mingled seaweed, aged ink, and a hint of something ineffable. Unfolding the yellowed paper within, bound by a faded blue silk ribbon, I felt a tremor of anticipation. The resilient paper, though aged, bore sepia-toned ink that rendered parts of the text nearly illegible, as if whispering secrets in a forgotten tongue. The elegant handwriting danced across the page, conveying fragments of phrases like, "Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same." Intricate sketches of celestial patterns, intertwined with lunar phases, evoking a sense of otherworldly wisdom. Yet, it was a perfect spiral at the page's edge that held me spellbound, seeming to stir with a life of its own. As I immersed myself in the message, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced to the sea's rhythmic chant. The air thickened, time itself slowing to a languid pace around me. The final paragraphs, clearer than the rest, spoke of a realm where dreams and reality intertwined, where time ebbed and flowed like a restless tide. A chilling realization gripped me as I read. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon whose radiance had intensified, casting a geometric reflection upon the water. The bottle on the table pulsed with a green light, akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Gently folding the message and returning it to its glass vessel, I hesitated to reseal it. Pondering whether others had stumbled upon similar discoveries, I wondered if they too had felt the silent call of the sea. As night waned into dawn, I remained on the porch, listening to the sea's whispered secrets that echoed through the infinite expanse. The bottle sat upon the table, its green glow fading with the encroaching daylight. Uncertain if I would ever decipher the message's full meaning, I sensed a shift within me that night. On subsequent full moon evenings, the spectral green glow still dances among the waves, a tantalizing invitation to unravel mysteries best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 67. The gentle evening wind whispered through the open window, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers that swayed in the moonlit garden. Nestled in the cozy embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself entranced by the mesmerizing interplay of shadows cast by a lone candle's flickering flame on the walls of the living room. Beside me, on the small table, rested my treasured possession, an ancient Polaroid camera passed down to me by my grandmother. Though it had long been dormant, gathering dust and memories, an inexplicable urge stirred within me that night, compelling me to reach out and grasp its familiar weight. As my fingers traced the contours of the camera in the dim, warm glow of the room, a sense of comfort washed over me. Almost instinctually, my hand found its way to the shutter button, a ritual ingrained by countless moments captured in time. Without deliberate thought, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and clicked. The sudden burst of light from the flash momentarily illuminated the space, only to be replaced by the soft whirring of the photograph materializing before my eyes. Patiently, I observed as the colors slowly coalesced on the blank canvas, revealing a scene that both puzzled and intrigued me. In the corner of the developed image, a ghostly figure materialized, a spectral presence veiled in ambiguity, its form ethereal and transient. It hovered like a wisp of smoke, hinting at a human shape, yet eluding clear definition. A curious chill prickled my skin, not of fear, but of a reverential fascination that held me in its sway. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I captured another image in the same direction, eager to unravel the enigma that unfolded before me. To my astonishment, the figure in the subsequent photograph had evolved. Its contours sharpened, its proximity to the lens seemingly closer. Though the features remained blurred, a semblance of a face emerged, teasing recognition without clarity. A silent communion ensued as I continued to click away, each successive snapshot drawing the elusive figure nearer, as if beckoning it into corporeal existence through the medium of the photographs. With each exposure, the veiled specter gradually materialized, donning the guise of a bygone era, its attire reminiscent of a time long past. The room grew hushed, pregnant with an unseen presence that enveloped me in a palpable embrace. The air thickened, the ambient stillness broken only by the soft crackle of the candle's flame, dancing in a mysterious choreography devoid of wind. Undeterred, I persisted, capturing each moment with a deliberate slowness, savoring the inexplicable connection unfolding before me. In the final photograph of that haunting evening, the figure loomed large, its spectral form dominating the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's countenance, her eyes seeming to pierce through the glossy surface of the Polaroid, locking with mine in a silent exchange. A wave of recognition washed over me, stirring dormant memories from the recesses of my mind. Trembling slightly, I rose from my seat and retrieved a dusty album from a forgotten corner, its yellowed pages a testament to time's passage. Amidst the sepia-toned photographs, I discovered a portrait of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid that now lay in my hands. The mirrored smile in the aged photograph mirrored the spectral visage before me, bridging the chasm between past and present. With a reverence reserved for such inexplicable encounters, I arranged the photographs in a silent chronicle of a spectral rendezvous, a dialogue between realms immortalized by the lens of an ancient camera. The Polaroid returned to its resting place, a relic imbued with memories that transcended the physical realm. Even now, on quiet evenings suffused with the golden hues of twilight, I find myself drawn to those poignant images, each frame a portal to a realm where memories and reality intertwine. At times, the smile in the photograph seems to shift imperceptibly, as if my grandmother's spirit seeks to convey a message across the thin veil that separates us. In those fleeting moments when the boundary between worlds blurs like the surface of a freshly developed Polaroid, I find solace in the timeless connection woven through the tapestry of memories, where the past and present converge in a silent dance of remembrance. Story 68 night draped the house in a hushed embrace, as the wind murmured softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I beheld shadows waltzing on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was that mystical hour when sleep beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance to Morpheus had settled within me of late. The cause was plain. Night after night, a dream of eerie exactitude had revisited me. The room's warmth and the steady heartbeat of the old pendulum clock soothed me gently. My gaze fell upon the open diary on the desk, where I had meticulously chronicled each detail of that recurring dream. The pages brimmed with my precise script, narrating the familiar sequence: a gray stone spiral staircase spiraling into the abyss, the echo of water droplets in the distance, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. As I perused the diary's pages, a detail previously overlooked caught my eye. In every iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to creep in gradually as I descended the stairs. My fingers brushed the frigid stone, and my breath hung in the air, forming wisps of vapor. Yet, what set the dream apart was the uncanny sense of recognition that accompanied me, as though the staircase led to a place known intimately, though never visited in waking life. The door at the staircase's base remained shut, yet each night I inched closer to deciphering the intricate symbols etched upon it. They were fluid shapes, seeming to shift under my scrutiny, as if alive. In the dream, my fingertips traced the contours of those mystic symbols, and each touch elicited a subtle vibration that rippled through the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. That night, as I readied for slumber, a new presence caught my eye in the room. On the nightstand, beside the lamp, lay a small object hitherto unseen, an ancient bronze key, its adornments oddly reminiscent of the door's symbols in my dreams. I grasped it, taken aback by its weight and the chill it exuded. How it came to be there escaped my memory, yet its presence felt entirely natural, as if it had always belonged. Drifting into bed, I clutched the key in my hand, its solidity a reassuring tether to reality amidst the realm of dreams. As sleep enfolded me, a premonition whispered that this night held something new. The dream unfurled as usual, the spiral staircase, the drip's melody, the air growing colder with each descent. But this time, upon reaching the door, the key in my grasp pulsed faintly, resonating with the carvings on the wood. Drawing closer, I spied a hidden lock nestled among the engravings. With bated breath, I inserted the key. The mechanism turned with a dulcet, ancient cadence, akin to a forgotten melody reborn. The door creaked open, revealing not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. Yet, in the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. I awoke in my room, the soft dawn light filtering through the curtains. The key still nestled in my palm, now imbued with a warmth almost pulsing with life. Upon the desk, the diary lay open, a new page inscribed, though not in my hand. The characters resembled the door's symbols, morphing as if waves upon an ink-black sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has not recurred. The key rests on the nightstand, and on tranquil nights, a subtle vibration seems to hum through it. I often ponder what awaits atop that mirrored staircase, and whether one day I'll muster the courage to ascend it. For now, I content myself with observing the symbols in the diary, their dance unfolding in the darkest hours, narrating a tale perhaps not yet meant for my understanding. Story 69. The doorbell stayed silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock echoed through the house, barely noticeable, like the whisper of a breeze through the trees. I sat on the couch, cocooned in a cozy blanket, engrossed in a book, while the rain outside tapped a soothing rhythm on the window panes. Rising from my seat, I assumed it was the wind rustling something outside. Upon opening the door, a solitary brown package greeted me, neatly placed at the threshold. No delivery was expected, and the package bore no markings or addresses. Only my name, elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy, caught my eye, as though penned with black ink from a bygone era. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, untouched by the rain that fell persistently outside. Curious, I brought it inside, and the silence deepened, broken only by the steady tick-tock of the hallway clock and the soft patter of raindrops. Settling back on the couch, I examined the package closely. It bore no signs of tape or visible seams. The edges were flawlessly folded, as if crafted by a master of origami. A faint fragrance wafted from within, a blend of old books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood, familiar yet elusive. Holding it in my lap, I sensed a subtle movement inside, almost like the air itself was dancing within, creating unseen currents. The fading daylight cast elongated shadows in the room as evening approached. Opting for the natural twilight, I left the lamps unlit, allowing the soft gloom to envelop me. The package seemed to absorb the dimming light uniquely, as though its surface played with reflections in a mysterious way. After a contemplative pause, I sought a way to unravel its secrets. Running my fingers along the edges, I noticed peculiar warmth emanating from certain spots, following an enigmatic pattern. A distant memory flickered in my mind, akin to a half-remembered dream upon waking, an image of a similar package from long ago, bearing only a name in that same elegant script. The rain outside intensified slightly, its rhythmic cadence mingling with the warmth I felt on the package's surface. Lost in thought, I sensed a subtle shift in the room's temperature, a delicate balance between warmth and coolness. The familiar scent from the package grew stronger, mingling with the fragrance of rain drifting in from the cracked window. Astonishingly, where my fingers brushed the cardboard, faint luminous impressions lingered momentarily, as if the material responded to my touch. These ethereal glows vanished like fleeting stars in the night sky, leaving me mesmerized. The evening had descended unnoticed as I observed this enchanting display. The room bathed in a serene bluish hue, with the package emitting a faint, barely discernible glow of its own. Choosing not to delve into its contents that night, I placed it gently on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a lamp. In the artificial light, the package appeared ordinary once more, a simple cube of brown cardboard with my name etched upon it. In the days that followed, the enigmatic package remained a fixture on the coffee table. At times, I caught glimpses of that faint glow in the twilight, or sensed the subtle movements within, like a silent waltz. The scent evolved subtly, shifting with the passing hours, always familiar yet elusive. The mystery of its origins and contents remained unsolved, but perhaps therein lay the true magic, the allure of an unsolved enigma, inviting contemplation rather than resolution. Even now, as autumn rains patter against the window, my thoughts drift back to that mysterious package and its silent presence. I ponder if, somewhere out there, another soul is faced with a similar mystery, their name inscribed in that elegant script, debating whether to unravel its secrets or let the enigma dance undisturbed. Story 70. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tones filling the old house with a soothing melody. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned in a cozy wool blanket, I listened to the winter wind murmuring through the windows. The soft glow of my reading lamp cast a warm aura, while the room's corners remained draped in comforting shadows. Reading before bed had become my cherished nightly ritual, a solitary moment of peace during the long winter nights. The house settled into its familiar symphony of gentle creaks and sighs, like an old friend drifting off to sleep. But tonight, the silence held a different quality, a subtle shift that tingled my skin with awareness. The air carried a delicate chill, akin to the hush before snowfall, though the sky outside lay clear. My attention drifted to the partially open hallway door, positioned to catch the comforting chimes of the clock. The door stood as I had left it, casting a wedge of darkness beyond. Yet as I gazed, a peculiar density seemed to gather within that slice of shadow. It appeared thicker than usual, as if the darkness had coalesced into a tangible presence. The more I stared, the more I discerned a nuanced depth to it, like layers of silk hanging motionless in the air. While the radiator softly hummed, ushering warmth into the room, it skirted around that specific corner, as if diverted by an unseen force. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear but curiosity, I observed the shadow responding to my focus, growing more defined yet elusively vague, like a forgotten word lingering on the edge of memory. I marked my place in the book with a silk ribbon and set it aside, the leather chair crooning softly as I shifted, but I remained seated. Allowing my eyes to adjust, I immersed myself in the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door seemed to stir gently, akin to curtains swayed by an invisible breath, though the room itself lay still. The grandfather clock maintained its steady beat, now seemingly synchronized with the shadow's subtle transformations. My breath matched this newfound rhythm, slowing to a tranquil pace. The shadow swayed delicately, as if breathing, crafting intricate patterns reminiscent of sunlight dancing beneath deep waters. A soothing warmth permeated the room, distinct from the radiator's heat, more akin to the comfort of a dozing cat nearby. The shadow's movements grew purposeful, hinting at a form of communication beyond words. It felt like deciphering a message through rhythmic motions, akin to a conversation veiled by frosted glass, understood through gestures and cadence rather than spoken language. Time adopted a fluid quality, stretching and contracting like honey in warm tea, as the shadow and I engaged in a silent exchange of observation and response. At times, it extended tendrils of deeper darkness into the room, only to retract them with graceful elegance. Other moments saw it condense, dense and compact, before unfurling like a midnight blossom. Within the shadow, intricate details emerged, defying the limitations of ordinary darkness. Patterns swirled and dissolved, hinting at depths beyond comprehension, forming transient shapes my mind struggled to define. Yet, these manifestations bore no threat. They felt like offerings, secrets shared in the language of shadow and silence. When the clock struck 1, its chime seemed to shift something in the air. The shadow began to thin, not dispersing entirely but receding, akin to a friend bidding farewell after a comforting visit. Observing as it melded back into the hallway's normal darkness, a sense of tranquil fulfillment lingered in its wake. The room felt subtly altered, imbued with a significance that transcended the physical, as if quietly blessed by the nocturnal visitor's presence. The door remained unchanged, still ajar at that same angle, framing only the ordinary darkness beyond. Resuming my book, I paused before opening it, basking in the serene aftermath of the shadow's visit. Sleep encroached gently on my consciousness, welcomed with open arms, the memory of the shadow's fluid movements and silent companionship promising vivid dreams. Since that night, I leave my door slightly open, inviting that wedge of shadow to manifest once more. On tranquil evenings, I catch fleeting glimpses of the familiar darkness gathering behind it. And on those nights, I simply smile, settling deeper into my chair, prepared to share another peaceful hour with my gentle visitor from the depths of shadow.